Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and streamed on AACPS YouTube channel. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not already. Item 2.01, the invocation. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Motion to approve?
Motion to approve the minutes from last meeting?
Second.
Do I have consensus? Thank you. Item 2.04, establish agenda order.
Motion to approve the agenda as written.
Second.
Do I have consensus? Thank you. Okay. Item 2.05, recognitions. I would like to introduce Ms. Michelle Batten and Ms. Eleni Dykstra, please.
President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, and Dr. Alato, good evening. I am Michelle Batten, Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and I am here along with Eleni Dykstra, Coordinator of Visual Arts. I have the great pleasure of introducing this evening's board recognition. Members of the board and Dr. Alato, as you know, and as you have seen firsthand, we have some extraordinarily talented artists in our school system. Tonight, we are here to recognize one of those students. She is the winner of the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Visionary Kids Contest, selected from middle and high school students from across Anne Arundel County. As part of the contest, held in conjunction with the annual Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Breakfast, and sponsored by Anne Arundel County Public Schools, the Anne Arundel County Arts Council, and the King Memorial Breakfast Committee, students in grades 6 through 12 were charged with creating pieces through film, visual arts, performance, or creative writing. The theme this year was, "If I cannot do great things, I can do small things in great ways." Through this statement in 1964, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was referencing the recent turmoil and violence in our country, but through a vision and hope for peace. Students were recognized to reflect upon what that statement meant to them, both as a future leader and change agent for peace and equality for all. These young artists conceptualized that idea through their art form, and they did so brilliantly. On Monday, as our community and nation celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, students were invited to attend a virtual breakfast to honor Dr. King. This was an amazing opportunity for the students to experience the far-reaching vision that Dr. King advocated for during his life. This year's winner, Arem Kindness, a senior at South River High School, whose artwork title, Sic Parvis Magna, has beautifully captured the theme. Her title translates to, "Thus great things from small things." Arem will receive a $1,000 scholarship to the college, career, or technical school of her choice, sponsored by the MLK Breakfast Committee. In addition, Arem and her family, we also have joining with us to celebrate tonight. From South River High School, Miss Veronica Cole, Alternative 1 teacher, and Miss Sharon Littig, Visual Arts teacher. As they all come forward, please join us in congratulating this incredible artist.
Congratulations. Please come back here.
Congratulations. Well deserved. Beautiful work.
Beautiful work.
Oh, did you want us to start making sure?
Quick pause. No.
Great, thank you. All right, everybody, just keep looking this way and we'll take a few photos. You guys lined up absolutely perfect. I guess it's really good.
That's it.
Congratulations, anybody?
That is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you very much. Everyone's gone. That's okay.
Okay, and we have another set of recognitions. I'd like to introduce Ms. Carol Ann McCurdy.
President Tobin, if I just may, as the representative of South River High School, just extend how proud we are as a community in what our school has done to support such talent and skill that is not only unique but inspiring to our community. And so on behalf of South River High School's district, I want to thank you personally for what you have done and will continue to do. I know you have an awesome future ahead of you, and the possibilities are endless. And as you make those decisions, just know that your community is behind you 110%, and we are so very proud of you. Thank you.
Dr. Tobin, Mr. Silkworth, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Arlotto. I'm Carol Ann McCurdy, Director of Partnerships, Development, and Marketing, and I have the honor of presenting this evening's second recognition. The 21st Century Education Foundation is the education foundation for Anne Arundel County Public Schools. It raises essential funds and awareness for programs and initiatives that support AACPS in 5 critical areas: student programs, access to technology, college and career readiness, family and community engagement, and employee recognition and development. This school year, the business professionals and community leaders who volunteer their time to serve on the board of directors for the foundation voted to approve a new employee recognition program. With the support of Dr. Arlotto and the Office of School Performance, the Principal of the Year program was established. This evening, we are here to recognize 6 principals who were selected as finalists. Each will receive a citation from the board and a check from the 21st Century Education Foundation. It is my pleasure to introduce these 6 outstanding instructional leaders to you. Rebecca Blessingame-White. Mrs. Blessingame-White has spent over 12 years at Frank Hebron Harmon Elementary School. She creates and maintains a safe, welcoming, and engaging learning environment in the IB-PYP school. She adopted the Kids at Hope program and aligned it to the school-wide PBIS program so that teachers and staff would see themselves as caring adults, fostering student learning. It was this alignment that has earned Frank Hebron Harmon Elementary the distinction of PBIS Gold every year since 2010. Mrs. Blessingame-White frequently asks her staff, "What would the building say about us if we could not talk?" It is the physical appearance and cleanliness of the building, along with the relationships, that attract organizations and businesses to partner with the school. Gina Davenport. Mrs. Davenport has been an educator for 30 years and has been principal of Arundel High School since 2014. She believes there is an academic program for every student, and she encourages all stakeholders to think beyond the traditional pathways to find opportunities that will reach previously disenfranchised or underengaged student populations. As student member of the board, Bumi Amasori explained, in the weekly Equity Leadership Council meeting, Mrs. Davenport is seated in the front and her hand is ardently raised. It's as if I am the teacher and she is the student, eager to learn from my experiences as a student of color and aid me in my goal to better our shared school community. As a result of Mrs. Davenport's response to a racially charged incident, the Global Community Citizenship course was created. And following its success at Arundel, this course became a countywide graduation requirement and received national attention and acclaim. Amanda Edmonds was not able to join us this evening. Ms. Edmonds, has served as principal in AACPS since 2012, first at Wall Chapel Elementary and now at Freetown Elementary. She is committed to service and surrounds herself with exceptional people who are equally committed to service, such as the Anne Arundel County Fire and Police Departments, Freetown Improvement Association, the Boys and Girls Club, and the Rotary Club of Lakeshore Severna Park. She collaborates with colleagues both within and outside of AACPS to bring forth innovative educational approaches to improve teaching and student learning. Ms. Edmonds encourages her faculty to think creatively regarding not only instruction, but family engagement, whether it be in person or virtual, with attendance in the hundreds. Freetown offers Family Fridays with focused parent workshops. As one parent shared, not only was Ms. Edmonds there to support my child, but also to give me the support and encouragement along the way to ensure his success. Tara Lambden. When she arrived at Belvedere Elementary as principal in 2016, Ms. Lambden quickly recognized that many of the students in the diverse population were capable of accessing advanced curriculum. She provided effective professional learning experiences to support school improvement goals in the areas of special education, gifted and talented education, social emotional needs, and environmental literacy. Ms. Lambden is recognized as an outstanding leader both locally and nationally, presenting at numerous conferences and being named as the 2018 Outstanding School System Administrator by the Maryland State Advisory Council on Gifted Education. Under Ms. Lambden's leadership, Belvedere Elementary earned distinction as an E-Gate, Excellence in Gifted and Talented Education School, and a Maryland Green School. Kimberly Winterbottom. How does a principal play an active role in the classroom? For Marley Middle School Principal Kimberly Winterbottom, the answer is obvious. They are there. Mrs. Winterbottom is present for observations, learning walks, peer visits, professional development, and collaborative planning. She holds her leadership team to a high standard, requiring state-of-the-department meetings with her to analyze academic performance through teacher and student data. A testament to Mrs. Winterbottom's approach is the upward trend in student achievement since her arrival to the school 7 years ago. Mrs. Winterbottom bleeds blue and gold and has created a thriving school culture and climate that is supported by staff and students. Julia Walsh. Mrs. Walsh, principal of Tyler Heights Elementary, is our very first principal of the year for AACPS. Mrs. Walsh has worked closely with the communities of Annapolis for over a decade. Having worked as an administrator at 3 different Annapolis schools, she believes that by elevating the scholars within the school, the community itself will rise, and she is committed to seeing that progress. Mrs. Walsh implemented one of the very first community school programs in the county, and when the pandemic hit, she leveraged school resources and partnerships to conduct a weekly food pantry resource fair. Mrs. Walsh and the team at Tyler Heights offered a no-contact drive-through, providing approximately 400 families weekly with basic needs such as fresh food, clothing, diapers, and scarce items like soap, sanitizer, and toilet paper. In addition to her focus on students and families, Mrs. Walsh also prioritizes camaraderie and team spirit. As one of the Tyler Heights teachers explains, Julia fosters team spirit throughout the whole school and on a small scale. Every week, we celebrate each other's kindness and accomplishments. It is a wonderful way to come together as a school team. As these awesome educational leaders come forward, along with the president of the 21st Century Education Foundation, Mark Hoffman, please join me in congratulating them and thanking them for everything they do for our students every day.
Do you want everyone? Hi, how are you?
Oh, well, not yet.
Just hold it back, just like so. Yep, that's great. This arm's sorry, let me see. Yep, that looks good. Thank you, Dr. Alana. And Ms. Den, if you can, yeah, slide it a little bit. Great. Okay, everybody.
I don't have any food in my teeth when I smile.
You can see your smile through your mouth. All right, everyone, here we go. And one more. Anybody else want to jump in and take a picture? You guys can move forward.
Thank you. Oops, sorry. Before Ms. Walsh leaves, I just want to take a moment of personal privilege as someone who represents the Annapolis community and to offer my thanks. The work that Ms. Walsh does at Tyler Heights is extraordinary. Having been at those, yes. I've had the privilege of being at some of the Saturday morning events at the opening this fall of the new building in some ways, and what you have built is incredible and is so powerful in this community, and you are an incredible educator and also ambassador for AACPS throughout the community, so thank you. Thank you. So if those of you who want to leave, want to take a moment, we'll let everybody.
Or you could stay.
Or you could stay.
Or you could stay.
I don't know who had the certificate. Maybe Jackie had them.
Yeah, Jackie had them.
We did the
Yeah.
Jackie.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
If I could just,
Yes, Ms. Omasori.
even though all of our finalists have left the room, just to have it on the record, I do not envy the person who had to choose between all of those women, because it seems like almost an impossible choice. Of course, Mrs. Walsh, I've attended a visit to Tyler Heights Elementary with Dr. Tobin, and that school just looks magical. I kind of wish I got to go to elementary school there because it's, and the new building doesn't hurt either. But just personal privilege because my principal was one of the finalists. I don't think that words can even, not even my words, can capture how much she means to the Arundel community. And I'm sure that that's emblematic of all the different finalists for their respective communities. So I just want to say thank you so much to our principals, those who were honored tonight, and those across the county, because they run the schools. Even though we help out a little bit, they're the ones who make the schools the way they are, and hashtag ACPS possible. So
Thank you. Okay, item 3.01, President's Report. I don't have a report tonight. Item 3.02, Equity Committee Report. Ms. Omasori.
I do have a report tonight. So at our last equity meeting, and this was an agenda item that I had on for many, many meetings, but that always got pushed back or postponed. But it relates to projects to memorialize the late Miss Candace C.W. Antwine, who still is very dear to all of us on the board. I think that goes without saying. And one thing that I know during my short time of getting to know Miss Antwine is that she was passionate about the military and military families. And so going into 2022, I decided that I would like the Equity Committee to take upon the project of creating a military forum for military students, preferably with them moderating, being panelists, and to have their experience in ACPS known to the wide community. And so that's what we're working on right now. It's supposed to be in April, which is the month of the military child, right? And it's a project that I would say, I'm not going to speak for everyone on the equity committee, but I'll just say it seems like we're really all excited for. I mean, we're really all excited to see how it takes off, and I'm excited to see many of the different students on and off base, South and North County, who share that experience of having a parent or having a relative that is Gold Star, veteran, active duty, what have you. And so I'm very excited to see how it comes together. Of course, it's going to be an ongoing project, so check back in April for the final product, but that's what the Equity Committee has going on right now.
Yes, and it is very exciting. Thank you, Ms. Omasori. Item 3.03, Budget Committee Report. Ms. Schalheim.
Yes, the Budget Committee is not having a committee meeting this month, but we did have a fabulous budget workshop last night. And so, again, I want to express my gratitude to Dr. Arlato, to Mr. Sheknovich, Mr. Stansky, and the entire budget department for their time and expertise and patience in answering our questions. I did send off some follow-ups that came out of that I heard people express. So all of that is now gone to them for their consideration and answers. And just a reminder to my colleagues that amendments are due to me ceasing Joanna no later than February 1st in advance of kicking off that part of budget season. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim. And yes, an excellent workshop last night. The staff did extraordinary work as usual. Item 3.04, the CAC Report.
Okay. Good evening, President excuse me. Good evening, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, members of the board, and Dr. Arlato. My name is Fletcher Port. My pronouns are he, him. I'm a senior at Severna Park High School, and I have the privilege of serving as the CRAS Secretary of Education for the 2021 to 2022 school year. First, I would like to wish you all a Happy New Year. I hope everyone enjoyed their long winter break. We at CRAS sure did. Now, for the first CRAS report of the new year, we will look back to December 2nd. CRAS hosted its first in-person general meeting of the school year. CRAS and the Student Service Learning Team met at the Bay Area Community Church in Annapolis, where both groups hosted official meetings, enjoyed pizza, and played games such as pool, air hockey, and table tennis. Students also completed various service projects. CRAS's phenomenal legislative team drafted over a dozen platform revisions on topics from potable water in school buildings and public safety to quality health education and preparation for natural disasters. Revisions to the platform were sent to voting delegates and were ratified as of December 22nd. These updates will improve our ability to advocate on behalf of our fellow students. The revised platform can be viewed on the CRAS website under the Documents tab. MASC will host their legislative session on Saturday, February 12th, where students will have the opportunity to vote for the Maryland State Student Member of the Board. Registration is now open, and interested students should talk to their SGA advisor. Let's Talk Justice hosted a middle school book study on December 9th and 14th using the book This Book is Anti-Racist. Recently, Let's Talk Justice received a grant that will be used to fund a summer book study for high school students using The Hate You Give by Angie Thomas. The next general meeting will be held on Thursday, February 10th, and the topic will be environmental racism. CRASC is preparing for a General Assembly on February 10th. Advocacy 101 will provide students with informative workshops that teach the importance of youth advocacy, legislation, and the power of the student voice. This event will be virtual and hosted as an in-school field trip. Middle school and high school students should ask their SGA advisor for details. The Student Service Learning Leadership Team is proud to announce that their winter service initiative, Project Healthcare Heroes, is almost coming to an end. We're proud of all the students, staff, and community members who contributed to this enormous effort. All materials collected were used to assemble mental health care packages for the dedicated healthcare staff at the Anne Arundel Medical Center and Baltimore Washington Medical Center. Items such as handwritten letters of gratitude, hand lotion, candy, and masks were all included in these care packages. Teen Advisory had an impactful meeting in December where Mr. Jason Dykstra, Education Executive Director of Instructional Data for ACPS, explained the reality of a student's GPA as it relates to the weighting of classes. He did an amazing job of busting myths and bringing some new information to light that the team greatly appreciated. Understanding the importance of this information, members of Teen Advisory worked to develop a video, Course Selection 101, Understanding the Impact of Course Levels on Your GPA, which will explain to students across the county the impact of class weight, ranking, and a GPA. This video will be used by school counselors as part of the course registration process. We cannot wait for you all to see it. Continuing a phenomenal start in October, around 30 students met at Annapolis High School for an in-person GSA social on December 16th. It was an amazing experience to see the students in person, and we can't wait to see this group continue to grow. Their next meeting is tomorrow at 6 p.m. and is virtual. All are welcome and encouraged to attend. Currently, CRASC has 2 vacant positions, Equity Liaison and Wellness Liaison. Any student that is interested can apply using the link on the CRASC website. The application will close on January 26th. We encourage any middle schooler or high schooler interested in this opportunity to apply. We would also like to take a moment and congratulate our very own Cameron Cherry for being sworn in as CRASC Outreach Coordinator on the executive team. We know her passion and spirit will be perfect for this role. Finally, the CRASC Constitutional Revisions Committee hosted over a dozen meetings this fall and winter. The meetings aim to help the CRASC parliamentarian draft constitution and bylaw revisions. CRASC got the first look at these revisions at its December 12th meeting, and we can't wait to send these out to delegates to ratify the amendments prior to the spring election season. For a schedule of CRASC and Let's Talk Justice events, please visit their respective websites. Thank you for allowing me to give you an update about what's been happening in CRASC.
Thank you, Mr. Item 3.05, the CAC report.
Good evening, President Tobin, Vice President Silkworth, fellow board members, and Dr. Arlotto. For the record, my name is Tanisha Howard, the Chair of the Citizen Advisory Committee, also known as the CAC. On behalf of the CAC body, I am pleased to have the opportunity to share with the board our recent activities. For the public, CAC conducts our meetings virtually on the second Monday of each month from 6:45 to 8:45. Our meeting schedule is currently posted on our AACPS CAC webpage, which is located underneath the board tab on the AACPS website. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is February 14th. All are welcomed. We held our last regular meeting virtually last Monday, January 10th. The Perspectives and Impact Focus Series is a new initiative of the CAC this year, celebrating the legacy of the late Honorable Candace C.W. Antwine to embrace, embody, and celebrate all of AACPS's diversity in a more cohesive and empathetic community. The All Means All driving value this month featured Connecting the Dots and a presentation of their organization, member organizations, and goals. The CAC recognizes importance of outreach within our communities for awareness of and further engagement within our subcommittees as key partners to participate in the CAC body of work. It was informative and provided perspectives from which members can broaden their outreach relationships for impact. We would also like to thank Dr. Maisha Gillens for another invigorating and illuminating implicit bias training for our new members on January 13th. The level of engagement was impressive and allowed for a wide range of perspectives, not two-sided, one or the other, but a diamond representing multifaceted views. The CAC takes this to point to ensure we are open to listen and understand with perspective from our clusters and its community partners. Our subcommittees continue to undertake the necessary work and pleased to update the board on board policy areas. The last one of the year is student attire and personal appearance. The team is continuing work on the topic and finalizing the work product for next month. Special advisory areas, hate and bias. The team hosted various members of the Connecting the Dots during their work session, receiving specific scope-related information. Transparency, trust, and confidence were prevalent, recurring terms that the subcommittee would like to incorporate in any target goals and outcomes. The team, as mentioned previously, is taking a holistic, multi-pronged, and potentially multi-phased approach to working in the topic area, including microaggression, micro-insults, and micro-invalidations. The update for a policy language proposal. Define the areas of hate and bias for subcommittee in all applicable AACPS policies governing those areas. Also develop question set for further research and inquiry into the term and phrasing hate and bias and impact on scope areas. They are also conducting research, best practice in community engagement, reporting, and transparency models. Ready to Read early literacy. The team has identified goals related to the Ready to Read Act, is continuing to target and categorize research, and is identifying other resources. The members are reviewing research summary of findings within county, state, and national levels for insights to outcomes. They are also collaborating with the Joint Commission on the Opportunity Gap member to further develop source and partner outreach opportunities to meet goals and objectives. Wellness lens. The team, after a member roundtable and community input from the Coalition of LGBTQ+ students, will conduct a review of the safe and inclusive policy adopted in the summer of 2021 through the wellness lens tenets. The group will also undertake a review of long-term foundation for a resiliency framework to coping and living with COVID long-term through the wellness lens. The Wellness Lens also plans to conduct similar reviews of CAC policy and standing committee reports, providing additional wellness tenet summary information for consideration. For the board and public, for public reference, the Wellness Lens tenets were considered under the Wellness Lens policy, which is currently underneath review. It is made up of physical well-being, developmental well-being, social emotional well-being, cognitive academic well-being, accessibility to wellness and academic resources, teacher staff training and wellness. Thank you for your continued support of the CAC. We look forward to work ahead, knowing that our group is poised for success with its talented, passionate, and dedicated members to deliver the assistance required by the board to meet its overall goals and address the challenges at hand and into the future. Such commitment from the board and CAC membership continually strengthens the CAC overall. As always, we welcome your feedback and look forward to a year with purpose, direction, and results. And on a side note, I would like to thank our board member who visited with our committee at our last meeting, Michelle Corkadell. Thank you for the insights and also the information to help our hate and bias in terms of scope and looking at the privacy issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Howard, and thank you again for all your work. Okay. Item 3.06, Superintendent's Report, School Operations. Dr. Alata.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Currently, we have 1,214 active student cases of COVID-19 and 81 active staff cases. The case rate in Anne Arundel County is now 95.7. 2 weeks ago, in my report to you, it was 176.6, an 80.9 decrease in case rates. This decrease is certainly good news. I reported during our last meeting that we have partnered with our county executive and health officer to provide take-home rapid tests for all students and staff. The arrival of those test kits has been delayed. It is my understanding that many of the vendors that supply these test kits are now supporting the federal government's procurement of rapid test kits, which will significantly impact their availability for the foreseeable future. Because of the surging numbers of positive cases in the community, the guidance on outbreaks has changed, and I reported this information to you when we were last together. We will continue to work with our partners at the Department of Health on each positive case at each school. If the number of positive cases impacts 5% of the students and staff at a school, the Department of Health will review the circumstances along with our team of the data and make a decision regarding the temporary closure of the school. If the Department of Health makes that decision, the school will close and operate virtually. Over the past week, or beginning tomorrow, we have temporarily paused in-person instruction at several schools for a 5-day period. Students and staff will operate in the virtual environment during this time. Those closures have impacted or will impact beginning tomorrow Mayo Elementary, Glendale Elementary, Crofton Meadows Elementary, Sunset Elementary, Windsor Farms Elementary, Ferndale Early Education Center, and Monarch Academy Glen Burnie, the middle school program only. As everyone is aware, the State Board of Education instituted a masking requirement in schools across the state of Maryland early in the school year. Recently, that regulatory language was updated and approved and is in effect. The new regulations allow for the lifting of face covering requirements in schools using one of 3 off-ramps as these options have been described. As you can see, Mr. Mosier or somebody, thank you, Jackie. I wrote Mr. Mosier, so I want to make sure I include Jackie for putting the slide up. So masks, the new regulatory language states that masks will continue to be required unless one of the 3 options is met, and then it can be lifted on a county by county or school by school basis. The first off-ramp or first option for a county is at least 80% of the county's population is fully vaccinated per the reporting of the Maryland Department of Health. And that's important because there are different reporting mechanisms, and you can see different numbers from different reporting agencies. And they don't always match because they have, there may be lags in the reporting time. So the regulatory language says, as per the Maryland Department of Health reporting. Currently, according to their website, when I checked yesterday, Anne Arundel County is reported to be at a 67.4% fully vaccination rate. The second possible off-ramp for school systems to undertake for the lifting of the mask regulations is when at least 80% of the students and staff of a school facility are fully vaccinated. And the last is that the county, or possibility is that the county has sustained 14 consecutive days of moderate or low COVID-19 transmission rates per the CDC reporting. Again, important to know because different reporting groups post their data at different times. Currently, on the CDC reporting website, we are still in the high range, not in the moderate or low range. So those are in place. We will follow the data along with our partners in the Department of Health. And if we become close to or reach one of those metrics and one of these off ramps, we'll talk as a board. I'll present the information, and we can then make decisions moving forward. Finally, regarding transportation, we have seen a steady decrease in the no service counts as a combination of several new drivers were onboarded, but more significantly, the overall number of COVID-related quarantine drivers appears to be incrementally abating. Some figures to illustrate this are as follows. The first week of school after the winter break concluded, we averaged 33 no service routes per day countywide, with a single day peak within that week of 46 uncovered routes. In the past 5 days, we have averaged 21 no service routes per day countywide, with a single day low within that week of 17. There is no word from Maryland Motor Vehicle Association on the federally enabled CDL changed testing requirement. Recall that it requires affirmative action on the part of the state to adopt the federally permissible temporary under the hood CDL testing exceptions. We are anticipating final word on the state's rules committee and MSDE's final adoption of the van transport implementation regulations. And finally, there are currently 5 drivers awaiting their MVA road test for final certification and 16 driver candidates in the pipeline at this juncture. And with that, Madam President, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Ms. Schalheim, your light is on.
Yes, thank you for your report. Grateful for it. As some of us might be aware, the federal government is now offering up to 4 at-home rapid tests per household. And so, whilst we're waiting on our test to give out to students, that might be something we might consider at least broadcasting out to our community. And so for those in the audience or listening at home, you can request your tests at COVID tests, that's COVID tests with an S on the end, .gov, and you can go to the site, I did it yesterday, and request for free up to 4 tests per household. So that might help families while we're waiting on that. So
Indeed. And to that end, and I don't mean to interrupt, but if I could add, there's also been a change with the regulations regarding healthcare. And so now healthcare providers are required to reimburse for tests purchased to be used at home. And there are some limits to that, which I don't have in front of me, but that takes hold January 15th. Is when that took hold. So that is also another option while we are waiting for tests that families can avail themselves of.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. And so that's all I wanted to say. Like if we wanted to maybe put that in English and Spanish and, just get that out to folks about the way they can get tests for free in the interim, that might be one way to help with the demand for those things. So thank you so much as always for the information in your report. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Omasori.
Thank you, Dr. Alato, for another great superintendent's report. And I was very excited. I did not know you were going to announce at this meeting, but I had obviously, I know the state's mob, so he's been talking a lot about off-ramps for masking. And so I'm really excited to see it take hold. I do have a couple questions about it, though. So in terms of a particular school being 80% or more of staff and students fully vaccinated, what is the data collection process on that?
So thank you, Ms. Omasori. That's a fabulous question. There isn't one. So we don't have a mechanism to collect vaccination data on students. So this is part of the difficulty of this off-ramp that myself and my colleagues, the other superintendents around the state, because there is not a mechanism yet for us to collect that data. Right now, it is purely self-reported. We do have a mechanism and have collected the data from our staff. So we know in each of the buildings, the staff that are either fully vaccinated, not vaccinated, or have chosen not to share that information with us. And they certainly have that. We've always given them that option. So as it stands today, we don't have the ability to collect the vaccination status of students. That's something we have to work on in the future. If there is any telltale sign at all, the vaccination status for the 5 to 11-year-olds, so those elementary age students in Anne Arundel County, just to use as a marker, is fairly low. I think it is around 32% in Anne Arundel County. It's higher as you get into the secondary schools, middle, and the high schools, but I don't know that it is yet near 80%. For the students, it is for many of our staff.
Okay, well, I actually wasn't expecting that answer because now I'm going to try to stick to the 2-question rule.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So with that, you said self-reporting so let's say I'm not Boomy, I'm just some random kid who's also named Boomy who goes to my school. And I'm like, well, I know most of my friends are vaccinated, and I go to Miss Davenport and I say, well, why can't we stop wearing masks? Everyone I know is vaccinated. Is it incumbent upon the school to track their own self-reporting, or is there resources? I know that you said there isn't an official surveying system yet, but you said right now it's based on self-reporting. What would be the process for a school that it's like, oh, I just found this out, I want to take advantage of it right now?
So there isn't one. It is a self-reporting, it will have to be a self-reporting mechanism, but there is no way for the schools to collect that data. We'll have to build that for them. The way the regulatory language is written, it actually puts the onus on the school to do that. So the school principal has to verify it. We're not going to do that to the schools. We're going to have to create a mechanism and help them collect that data.
So there will be support from the school system to help out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask the principals to collect that data, make a determination about 80% of their staff is vaccinated.
All right, thank you.
Because there are some caveats, like somebody that somebody has a medical exemption, or the student is not yet of age to get vaccinated. So there are some caveats about what those numerators and denominators will be to get to that 80%.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to see that our in-school cases are drastically reducing. I'm very, very pleased with that data.
We have had some concerns brought up recently about some of the changes that have been occurring lately. Specifically, we had children who were being required to mask during recess, and I know a lot of people are very upset about that. When those decisions are made, and this kind of dovetails with my next question as well, who is the final arbiter of those decisions? Is it the county executive, the health officer, you? Who has the final say in those types of decisions?
Well, it depends on the decision. Regarding recess, that decision is mine. Now, it comes to me from the health officer, whose guidance is, who we have continued to follow since the beginning. And so it was his advice, and it was his advice that I followed on the recess. It was that we should mask, and then it was on his advice, and I took that advice and implemented that we don't any longer have to mask.
Okay. So he advised you and you follow, and it was your decision to follow.
Correct.
Okay. And then as it pertains to our school closings, and to be very clear, specific school closures that were discussed, not system-wide, who has the final authority to close those schools?
The health department, the health officer.
Department.
Those are not decisions made by the superintendent.
Okay.
And I've made that when Dr. K was last with us in a meeting, and I also have shared that with the board, that there is advice and then there is the legal authority. And when it comes to outbreaks, that's not something in the decision-making tree of the superintendent. It is solely the authority of the health officer. I could tell you that his team and my team work very closely together on every one of those cases, and we know and we're watching the percentages in each of the schools. And so it's not a surprise to us when we get the call that says this school needs to close, because we've been working with them leading up to each of those closures.
Okay. And then I don't know if I have time for another question, but if we don't have time for this question, a lot of folks have also asked about rescheduling homecoming and moving forward with other spring events. So if I am not able to ask that question, if we could get some guidance on that as a follow-up, that would be fantastic.
Okay. Ms. Ellis.
Thanks. So it's come to my attention that, and Dr. Arlotto, I've asked you some questions about the COVID positive cases and the fact that students are being required to isolate for 10 days versus the 5 days that's on the CDC website as their guidance. And it is posted on our website that the reason for that is because of lunches and students taking their mask off to eat lunch, and therefore they wouldn't be able to keep a mask on for the following 5 days, which is also in the guidance. Is that still correct?
Yes, that's still the
Okay.
guidance we're following from the Department of Health.
So I've seen a letter from the Maryland Department of Health and the State Department of Education. Are you aware of the difference in that guidance from what we're doing?
Yes, a letter was posted to the MSDE Facebook page earlier today that showed some difference from our current operation.
So the first you heard of it was today?
I saw a letter that was posted to the Facebook page of the Maryland State Department of Education today.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That had not been sent to me or the superintendents that I'm aware of
Oh,
previously.
really?
So
That's
it was
really
posted on their
surprising.
Facebook page,
Wow.
which I don't follow, but luckily
Yeah.
Mr.
I get it. That's
Mr.
not.
Mosier does follow their Facebook page.
That's
In his COVID spare time.
I'm just saying. So I don't follow the.
yeah,
I know
I
that's
would-
terrible.
I
I
would-
probably should know. I should.
no. I would think that that would not be the effective method of communication to our superintendents.
And that's the reason that I bring it up. I just wanted you to know, I am absolutely aware of that letter. I became aware of that letter, I don't know, just prior to closed session beginning.
Wow.
And it was
Okay.
sent from Mr. Mosier to me and members of our team as a result of being posted to the Facebook page of the Maryland State Department of Education.
Okay.
So I would expect that letter, in all honesty, I would expect that letter is probably in transit to the
Okay.
superintendents
Okay.
somewhere in the next,
I'm
I'll
going
try
to
and be
quickly read the
professional,
part
in the next couple
of,
days.
of note because people might not know what we're talking about. But in the letter, there's an asterisk. And it's the State Department of Health is recommending the 5-day isolation for positive COVID cases.
And quarantine.
And wearing a mask, and yes, and MSDE, and wearing a mask an additional 5 days, as is in the CDC guidance. But in this letter, there's an asterisk, and it says, note, for people who are returning either from isolation after a positive COVID-19 test or quarantine after exposure, the recommendation is that masks may be removed only when eating and during nap time. Unmasked time should be minimized and physical distancing and ventilation maximized during these times. People should not be participating in any other activities unmasked. So this guidance seems to indicate that our reason currently for imposing a 10-day isolation and or quarantine may no longer be necessary. So what's the next step? You will have a conversation with Dr. K and
Yes, ma'am. We have forwarded said letter to Dr. K in his team's review. As you know, we meet every Thursday afternoon. We have for 2 years. And so we'll meet, and that will be an agenda item, and I'll ask them for their analysis and input. Because the Maryland Department of Health has also signed off on said letter, I would assume that Dr. K may already be aware of it or soon to be aware of it because it's coming from Maryland Department of Health. And as you know, the health officers of 24 districts meet regularly with Dr. Chen and her team at the Maryland Department of Health. So that will be part of our conversation, and I will seek guidance during tomorrow's meeting.
so it might depend on whether he's been on Facebook.
Well, I didn't want to take that chance. So I had the letter. I asked for Mr. Mosier to send the letter to Dr. K's team so they could
Okay.
see it in advance and they would know what we're referencing
Yeah.
in tomorrow's meeting.
I mean, yeah, that additional 5 days is huge for students. And
We are big fans of 5 days. We're
Yeah.
big fans of keeping kids in schools, but I will continue to emphasize we will do so in as healthy and safe a manner as possible. Our goal is to keep all kids in schools and all schools open throughout the year.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing. Just pleased that transportation is going in the right direction. And I did, a parent reach out to me, very excited about the activity buses running at Arundel Middle, and they were just ecstatic. So just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to add a couple of buses that had been missing for a long time in the Annapolis, Rolling Knolls routes are finally running, and that is wonderful, wonderful news. Ms. Shalheim, did you put your light on again?
I don't suppose there's other ways.
No. Have you been on Facebook? Did you find something?
No, what was it? If it comes to me, I'll
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see any other. Did you have another question?
Miss Frank had asked about homecoming, and I was like, she beat me to it.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you remember. You remember. Okay. If it's still okay. Okay, so when we talk about self-reporting that's like an honor code thing where we attest if we've been vaccinated or not. Will anyone at any time have to show cards as they do in other situations, or is that just an honor? Will that be an honor code thing at that time?
Don't know yet. So we are operating on the honor code now, but to interpret the new regulatory language, I don't know if MSDE wants to see some form of proof for us to get to that 80%. We have to interpret and seek guidance from MSDE on their new regulatory language.
Okay. I mean, I know we all want this to be behind us, but for it actually to be behind us, we can't wish it or pretend it away. There has to be real data there to back it up. So, thank you. That was my question.
All right, well, since I haven't asked a question, I'll ask, would you like to say anything about spring events, homecoming? Are there any updates we should be aware of?
Oh, is that,
Dr.
I thought you were
Arlotto.
asking Ms.
Apology.
Soria.
I was
Maybe she
asking
answer that
her-
question.
I was asking her question.
I am delighted to talk about spring events and homecoming. So homecoming, as you're well aware, is a fall event. We put a pause on that pending the improvement of our COVID situation here in the county. So I have talked with a high school principal advisory, and I'll get the opportunity to meet with all the high school principals tomorrow. And part of that conversation will be around homecoming, prom, and graduations. So as far as I'm concerned, the schools can plan a homecoming event. But that will be, of course, the caveat in all of this discussion as I share with you this evening. We don't know what the crystal ball will bring us when it comes time for a prom, a graduation, or some kind of homecoming event. We could be masked, we could be distanced, we could have capacity limitations like we've had in the past. I just don't know. But I will be letting the high school principals know that they can move forward with planning those events in their communities if they so choose in terms of homecoming. They will absolutely be planning for, we are already started the planning for graduations at Live Event Center. We will be, again, meeting with the high school principals tomorrow. Next Monday, they will be taking a tour of the facility. We toured the facility with high school principals 3 years ago. We didn't get to use that information and knowledge. We're taking them back for a tour so we can go through the planning. The same member of the Office of School Performance, the director of Office of School Performance, Mr. Jim Todd, will be heading that initiative in planning graduations and supporting each of the high schools with their graduations. And so that planning is underway we already have dates that have gone out to the schools, and we have that first week in June secured for our use of the Live Event Center for commencement exercises. Likewise for proms, I'll give the high school principals the green light with their teams to plan for high school proms. They can look for a venue, they can sign a contract. We will assist them in that work, in that contract negotiation work, as we always do. But again, it will be incumbent upon the principals and their planners for these events. And I'm saying it to you, and I'll continue to say it. We don't know where we will be with mitigation strategies. And so you could very well have a prom where we're wearing masks, or we're having to distance at graduation, which could limit the number of tickets that are distributed to parents. I hope none of that comes true, but are possibilities, because I just can't guarantee anything. But what we're not going to do is say no to those events. We're going to start the planning, and we're moving forward.
Okay, Ms. Corkadell, did your light go on?
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess not to be the Debbie Downer, and on a slightly more serious note than planning for some happy celebrations. Dr. Arlotto, as some of the state data is coming back and we're starting to see data on tests and outcomes of some of our first quarter, our second quarter will be coming around the corner. could you share with the board maybe what the plan would be to advise the board on some of the learning loss and when we can expect to see what some of the summer game plan is and rolling into the fall? Just sort of a little preview of what we can expect to see in that regard, on better understanding now that we have some data coming in.
Yeah, so I'm not prepared to answer that question. What I can tell you is that this upcoming summer is going to look very similar to this past summer. It will be very robust. We were using a lot of our both ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funding to pay staff and to pay for the camps and academic and enrichment activities for the students. So it's going to look very similar. We had a great turnout last year. We're expecting more so this summer, and our hope is that we'll be able to do more in-person learning over the course of the summer and engagement than virtual. And we had a combination of both last summer. And we'll always offer some virtual for those students that are more comfortable or the families more comfortable in that environment, but we'll continue and we hope to increase the amount of in-person engagement, and it's going to be very dynamic as it was this past summer, and that's what this summer and the next summer will look like. We're very excited about that. Our tutoring sessions are up and running, so you talk about learning loss. Those things are happening from the summer and then into the fall, and then we'll go through the spring. So we've got our tutoring sessions up and running for our students at a variety of grade levels. The principals, particularly at the elementary level, are targeting, identifying students based on some of their scores, their quarterly assessments, their iReady scores. And so they're using those assessments as well as, of course, the students' work on a day-to-day basis in the classroom to identify them for additional supports and tutoring, whether it's during the day or after school. And we will do the same to identify students that need assistance during the summer. And we will offer, again, 4-credit coursework during the course of the summer for those students that need to catch up. They'll be able to do that. So we were very excited about the participation this past summer, and it will be as robust, if not more. And we're hoping for even more student engagement in this upcoming summer.
And could you maybe just go over one more time for the parents' sake how they can engage their local school community in if they have concerns or better understanding how it relates to their student, and maybe in the course of identification, they may not be in that category, but want to kind of initiate those conversations. And I know we had our bigger conferences we tend to have in the fall and identify that, but now with some additionals coming in and, cases on the rise and everything, would you mind just going back over with parents how they are connected in with their students' learning, and what resources are available to them currently?
Absolutely. So what I would say, and thank you for the question, is those parents should reach out to their school principal, assistant principal, and importantly, their school counselor, and have that conversation with them about their individual child. They'll be able to talk about how the student is doing currently in their classes, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school, and then what resources are available, what tutoring is available during the course of the day, in the afternoons, and then in the evenings. And we have that's our secondary tutoring that is available 5 evenings a week for students to take advantage of. So I think it's a great question. Thank you for asking to give me the opportunity to encourage parents to reach out to their school, certainly their teacher or teachers, but the school counselor and the school administration will have direct knowledge of those supports that are in place that their children can take advantage of.
I think sometimes, as a parent it's there, but being reminded of that as we have conversations. I mean, I personally am not a fan of the phrase learning loss, just as I'm not a fan of achievement gap versus opportunity. I think, recovery, educational recovery is where I like to be more focused, because I think it implies the objective and the outcome better than the realities of varying degrees of losses per se. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Was that an old light, Ms. Ellis, or did you put it? Okay. Okay, then. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. That's all great
Thank you.
advice. Much appreciated. Okay, section 4, public comments. Shall we do in person first and then, or, okay, we have folks who've been waiting, so let's, here in the building, so let's begin with in person. So the first person I have is on item 3.06, Superintendents Report School Operations, Ms. Carrie Gillespie.
Good evening. Dr. Arlotto and this board has relied on the partisan appointed health official, Dr. Kalanaraman's guidance for 2 years in making decisions regarding school operations. Yet neither this board nor Dr. K have addressed the real pandemic in our children, their decline in school performance and mental health from these unscientific and ineffective mandates. Dr. K has led AACPS down a singularly focused path following a clear political agenda, while turning a blind eye to the detrimental effects these decisions are having on our youth. We're starting to see undeniable proof of what parents have been shouting from the rooftops for 2 years now. The results of the fall MCAP are sobering. Just 15% of Maryland's public school students passed math and 35% passed English, the greatest single-year decline in 2 decades. At Dr. K's direction, schools in Anne Arundel County were some of the last of the county in the country to return into in-person learning, which directly negatively affected these scores. And now we're shutting 7 schools down again in our county. In addition, the U.S. Surgeon General has issued an advisory to, quote, highlight the urgent need to address the nation's youth mental health crisis, calling for a swift and coordinated response to improve the mental health of children. The CDC has also sounded the alarm on a rise in suicide attempts in children since 2019, and a study conducted by the nonprofit Fair Health found a sharp increase in mental health problems, especially anxiety, depression, eating disorders, and intentional self-harm. The American Academy of Pediatrics has even declared that children's mental health is a national emergency. Again, our children are not okay. Has Dr. K heeded these alarms for a swift and coordinated response to the mental health crises in our children? Or was he too busy sidestepping the county council's vote not to extend Stuart Pittman's 7-day emergency mask mandate? What has he recommended to this board and parents to improve the mental health and well-being of our children? Why hasn't the Anne Arundel County Department of Health, under Dr. K's direction, run and updated the website to include adolescent reports and surveys since Dr. K took his position as health officer, making it impossible to find statistics on the number of teen suicides in Anne Arundel County? Is AACPS really working to elevate all students and eliminate all gaps if you aren't putting the mental health and educational needs of our children above a politically driven agenda by a failed partisan candidate, Dr. K? And finally, as a
Please
reminder, as
summarize.
always, you work for us and our children, not Dr. K. Thank you.
And then item 6.04, policy revision, second reading emergency plans. Again, Ms. Gillespie. Sorry.
Give me time to catch my breath.
Before I speak, before my 2 minutes starts, I had prepared this before finding out tonight that there were additional schools that were closed. So just wanted to make that known. So Mayo Elementary School and now 6 other schools have been closed due to a COVID-19 outbreak declared a school-wide emergency. In the 2 weeks preceding this closure at Mayo, 18 students and staff members tested positive for COVID, or nearly 5% of the school's population. This prompted the Anne Arundel County Department of Health to declare an outbreak and AACPS closing this school and now 6 others for 5 days. Again, this occurred at the direction of Dr. Kalanaraman, an unelected physician who does not work for our school system, with political aspirations who, combined with Stuart Pittman, has exerted unprecedented control over our schools under the guise of a health emergency. I saw before this board when Dr. Arlotto stated last month that it was the goal of AACPS to keep our schools open, and schools would only close should there not be enough healthy staff. Yet tonight, now we're finding out that's not the case. So Mayo was closed with 18 out of 372 students and staff testing positive, only around a 4.8% positivity rate. Were any of these cases false positives? This was over a 2-week time span. Were any of these people able to come back after 5 days? Were any asymptomatic? What is the AACPS criteria for shutting schools down? Why would we repeat the insanity of shutting schools down, which did nothing to benefit, but instead greatly harmed our children the first time around? Speaking of insanity, last week an email went out to parents at a local elementary school from several teachers regarding snack protocol. Please tell me where I can find this within CDC guidelines for schools. Quote, we will have students go to an assigned spot around the room. A timer will be set for 5 minutes. Students must be able to eat their snacks in small bites with their mask up, covering their mouth and nose. They can take a bite by lifting their mask, putting their mask back up over their mouth and nose while chewing. Does this sound like a scientific, well thought out approach to any of you? Or does this sound more like torture to 5-year-olds? I followed the money to figure out why our kids are still masked in Anne Arundel County. Under the CARES Act and the ESSER plan, Maryland schools have received an unprecedented influx of cash, $3 billion in federal dollars and billions more in state and local money. AACPS alone is receiving $168 million, and one of the stipulations is universal and correct wearing of masks.
Please summarize.
Give that money back to the feds, release our children from this obscenity, unmask our children, keep our schools open, and hold yourselves accountable. Don't listen to Dr. Callan-Ehrman for all of this. This is insanity. We can't keep our kids out of school. Put our kids back in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.08, 2021-2022 school year calendar. Mr. Russell Leone.
Good evening. My name is Russell Leone, he, him, his. I'm an elementary school teacher and president of the Teachers Association of Anne Arundel County. The last time I spoke regarding the adjustment of a calendar to offer time to educators to address their mental well-being, it was unfortunately misconstrued that I was speaking against the idea. I stated that offering time in the form of early release was a first step to acknowledging that we need to do something for educators. And again, this is a first step. To be clear, educators are split on how a couple of hours will have a long-reaching impact. The time is welcomed, but we must also recognize some of the flaws in what is proposed. As you consider the calendar, understand that as educators, we do not want to pit our well-being against the important work that is being addressed in equity. This is a journey we are on and will always strive to do and be better for our students. Providing 2 to 3 hours, 2 days is just a Band-Aid on a much deeper cut in the well-being of AACPS staff. To truly attack the issue, we need to address the underlying factors causing us to even look at our calendar. Educators are stressed, and we know that. But a couple of hours will not replace the demands and concerns that will continue to linger. The day after these early release days, reports still need to be written, papers to be graded, and classes to cover. Playing on the mental health of staff during these times are factors like no longer having COVID leave, as some of our neighboring counties still do, when they must quarantine for themselves or their children, which burns through their own sick leave. AACPS has an issue securing substitute teachers in all areas of the county, leading many to lose planning time as they are pulled to cover classes. Excessive meetings in some schools persist that could be used to get educators much time needed back to prepare for their students. It's the very system that we operate in that is causing a harm to our well-being. So as you look to find additional time for educators, don't forget to look for ways to address the root causes creating havoc on our well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will go to virtual testimony as Mr. Silkworth sets up.
Mr. Mosier, can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up when you want me to start. Right now? Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the virtual portion of our public testimony. Speakers will be allotted 2 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. Ms. Howell will indicate when your time has expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer session with speakers For the record, please give your name before speaking. Handouts should be given to the board assistant. Well, we're not doing that since we're virtual. So, ladies and gentlemen, item 3.06, the superintendent's report. Our first speaker is Kim Prada.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kim Prada. I'm here tonight because I feel it's important to remind you that we are your constituents and we voted you into this position in the hopes that you would make educated and informed decisions regarding our children in school. It appears, however, that when it comes to COVID restrictions and school closings, you are solely dependent upon what Dr. K tells you to do. Following Dr. K's guidance for nearly 2 years has contributed to the decline in our children's mental health and school performance. Dr. K is consistently focused on being reactive versus proactive, and his judgment and motivation should be questioned. He has led AACPS down a path that follows a political agenda, pushing vaccine and mask mandates while turning a blind eye to the negative effects that his decisions are having on our children. An example would be his recent flip on the length of quarantine for COVID positive students from 5 days back to 10 days. But staff are still allowed to return after 5 days with a negative test, which follows both CDC and the MDOH recommendation. Once again, why are students the ones paying the price and missing valuable in-person instruction based on Dr. K's advisement? Another example would be his recent closure of seven of our schools. At the state and federal level, it is agreed upon that schools should stay open no matter what. Dr. K is flexing his self-assumed authority to shut down an entire school for a 5% positive case rate. That is flat out child abuse. What other settings are we shutting down for a 5% case rate? We are one of the most vaccinated counties in the state of Maryland, and the fact that we're even talking about closing schools is ridiculous and has to stop immediately. So please, we ask you to stop hinging every single decision regarding COVID in our schools on the advisement of someone that frankly lacks the ability to back up any of his own decisions with actual data, and in many instances chooses to make up his own
time has
policies
expired.
rather than follow CDC guidance. Instead, we ask you to do what is right for our students. Please keep our kids in the classroom, keep our schools open, and allow our children to breathe fresh air.
Thank you. Our next speaker for item 3.06 is Christy Basista.
Hi, I'm Christy Basista. I received an email from Arundel Middle School principal indicating that there had been a sharp rise in behaviors where children are seeking to avoid escape from work of learning. They are seeing situations where the children have lost patience in one another and lack the stamina to engage in reading, writing activities for any length of time. In my shock and awe, the principal seemed to suggest that the primary reason for this was cell phone usage and social media usage. We all know that all of these policies and mandates are directly contributing to the mental health of our students. You took away their social identity. You took away all of their dances. You enforced the vax or testing on student athletes. Our children can't breathe. They're dying inside. They're constantly bombarded with fear-mongering and are experiencing long-term negative effects of negative reinforcement through every overly strict and heavy-handed mandate. Your policies and mandates are what is directly contributing to the health and mental welfare of our children. Primary effects of increased stress are conduct problems, cognitive inattention, sleep deprivation, and hypervigilance. According to Psychiatric Times, social isolation and loneliness increase the risk of depression up to 9 years later. Research demonstrated that COVID-19 is affecting the mental health of children and adolescents, and that depression and anxiety are prevalent. We warned you. We pleaded with you. These draconian mandates and policies need to cease. Stop deflecting blame, reverse course. Nothing you've done has actually helped the situation. It's only caused unnecessary damage.
Thank you. Our third speaker on item 3.06 is Melissa Eidelman.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Melissa Eidelman. I wanted to take this opportunity to publicly thank you for your motion passed in the December BOE meeting on ending contact tracing, as well as the lengths of quarantine on our children. Although the shortened quarantine was short-lived, we do appreciate, and I'm sure our staff does as well, the contact tracing ending. I wanted to use this 2 minutes to express this notion that we parents may not always agree with the things this BOE passes. And we will give you our strong opinions as well as suggestions on things we'd like to see. We are hoping to show that although we disagree at times, we can respect differences of opinions as we work together in getting back to normal for our children. We wish to continue working with you and hope the same respect is shown to us. One concern of parents we like this BOE to recognize is how you seem to be blindly following all guidance of Dr. K with the Maryland Department of Health. Time and time again, he had no straight answers to your questions. Time and time again, he couldn't provide you data. You requested. Yet you don't seem to ever take a stance against his guidance. Guidance is all it is, by the way. It is not the law. As pointed out many times by many of us, this will come with the consequences of children's mental health, as well as student learning loss. A mess you all bear the burden on your shoulders. A mess you all must clean up on behalf of his guidance for our children and staff. I want to end with 2 simple questions. Why do you allow yourselves this burden from an appointed health official who wasn't aspiring to be a politician? Do you consider the history of people to understand the intentions of their guidance before you blindly follow them, which results in this BOE carrying the burden of these problems created? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for item 3.06 is Kristen Caminiti.
Thank you. I'm Kristen Caminiti from Gambrills, Maryland. I have concerns about Ms. Ellis's line of questioning about 5 days of quarantining versus 10, as AACPS is currently doing. She is quick to recommend that we follow CDC and public health guidelines when it is convenient. However, please keep in mind that the CDC continues to recommend contact tracing and quarantining, which we are no longer doing. Because of this, our students are at greater risk with return after 5 days than schools that are following all CDC guidance, not just the guidelines that are convenient. Protecting students and staff from a deadly pandemic is not political. It is a matter of public health. And that is why we shouldn't have boards of education picking and choosing which public health guidance to follow. Additionally, I continue to have serious concerns about the transparency of information being provided to parents, caregivers, and staff about the prevalence of COVID-19 within our schools. The reality is that there are families within our school system with high-risk family members or students themselves who are high risk for whom sending their children to school every day is a significant risk. Currently, these families are being given no helpful information that would allow them to better gauge whether that risk is increasing or decreasing for their particular child. You stopped contact tracing and quarantining. At the time of that decision, Dr. Arlotto said that families would be notified if a student in their child's class tested positive, but that has not materialized. And instead, families are only being told if there is a positive case in their child's grade. In many cases, this may be a student with whom a child never interacts. There must be a way, at least at the elementary level, to inform families based on the child's class. Families need and deserve better information to make the best decisions. Additionally, while other school systems are transparent about how many schools or classes are learning virtually, AACPS provides no publicly
Your time has expired.
except that which was provided by Dr. Arlotto. Please provide helpful information that gives family actionable data. Please look to other school systems and their dashboards, such as those at Montgomery County Public Schools, for a better sense of how to provide informative data. Thank you.
Thank you. Our fifth and final speaker on item 3.06 is Peggy Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Peggy Williams. I've been trying to figure out why the insistence on the masks when the science has proven they don't do anything. Even the health experts previously pushing the masks have had to admit that they're facial decorations and do nothing to protect against COVID-19. So why are students still masked? It wasn't until recently that I saw the real reason. I know now, and all these other parents need to know too. Apparently all 50 states apply for and have received billions in COVID-19 relief funds. Dr. Arlotto knows. He signs the paperwork to the MSDE. In order for the schools to get their funding disbursements, MSDE has to keep the COVID emergency going. In order to keep the emergency going, the goalposts and definitions have to keep shifting, and our local health officer manipulates the data and provides non-responses. And I fully expect the new off-ramp to change. In order for the federal money to trickle down to the LEAs, all COVID-19 protocols have to be followed, including specifically universal and correct wearing of masks. This is right in the Federal Register in the paperwork. Contact tracing, quarantine, COVID testing, and forcing vaccinations on athletes in some cases, in coordination with state and local health officials. In short, our kids are the gravy train for all this COVID-19 funding, and it's disgusting. The testing is an invasion of their privacy. You're forcing EUA medical devices and experimental products on children. So the government creates a crisis, then creates a solution whereby billions of dollars fall into all the right pockets from the federal level all the way down to the local. We can put this behind us, like somebody said earlier. Don't you see that? Let the federal government keep their money and we'll be done. I have 3 kids in the system. They're just trying to get through life the best way they know how. My solution to them would be to the mask tyranny would be to pull them out, yet they choose to stay. But I make sure they understand they're nothing but a dollar sign to AACPS and the MSDE. They understand there's no logic to the COVID policies. They know it's not about public health and certainly not their mental or physical health. They know the system doesn't care. They will choose on their own when they're ready to leave, but until
Your time
then,
has expired.
Showing up to fight for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, item 6.03, policy revision, second reading, naming facilities. We have one speaker, Mary Dadon.
Well, I think I've managed the unmute and the start of video. Hello, everyone, and thank you. Mary Dadoni for the Anne Arundel County NAACP. Thank you for these proposed policy changes. The draft policy addresses the broad issues we dealt with as a community, as a county, as well as at the community level when renaming George Fox Middle School to Northeast Middle School. However, we feel the policy falls short in the second position statement by not considering the broader county-wide impact of choosing a facility name. For those of you with a copy of the policy in front of you. This was the case with George Fox Middle School. The former name had equity implications across the county, not just in the Northeast cluster. The equity issue is respecting the impact of a name on underrepresented groups across the county. As we have seen, that impact can be substantial. We therefore request the following changes to the proposed policy. Please add the word equitable to the phrase fair, objective, and uniform in the issue statement. And second, please add a position statement that requires publishing an equity evaluation of the proposed name for countywide public comment prior to the board voting on the naming of the facility. The NABE equity lens is one possibility. I want to call us all back to the testimony from the committee that looked into whether or not the former George Fox Middle School should be renamed. It was powerful, emotional testimony from people who'd been in AACPS decades ago, from people across the county. That's the equity issue that we're seeking to address with this testimony. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now item 6.06, items of legislation. We have one speaker. It's Melissa Eidelman.
Okay, making sure you can hear me again?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Okay. One of my fellow mom friends testified back in the beginning of the school year on how she found some interesting regulations being added to the Anne Arundel County public school system. To be exact, the document regulation history is as dated, developed by Superintendent 3/18/2020, reviewed by the Board of Education 4/01/2020, and issued 5/20/20. with no previous regulation history. This was 5 days into 2 weeks to slow the spread, and while schools were shutting down. Essentially, many parents felt these regulations were implemented without parent or public input. This regulation then seemed to have led the way of social studies curricula now being made with a hint of CRT and social emotional learning with a hint of identity politics. This was curricula framework made with the help of the DEI. There was then a workshop done with the BOE scheduled to address this subject and live streamed after many of us expressed concerns we wanted to be part of this workshop. We sincerely thank you for that and listening to us. In review of legislation exhibits Bill HB 0047, Public Schools Expanded American History, Development of Context Standards Implementation, the BOE supports this bill with amendments. You're asking for more time to implement and asking the committee to identify potential funding sources. Yet if you review these other exhibits, there are 3 other proposed bills you opposed because you want to keep local control and authority. This seems very hypocritical to us because this bill I'm citing, you express no such concern and are pretty much giving up local control and authority. We are concerned you're allowing the law to be made, opening the door to even more CRT and identity politics forced in our schools by the state, and once again, without parental input. The increase of learning local African American history is cited as something Anne Arundel County Public Schools has already implemented, and there's no concern there. We don't want any more divisive lessons taught to our children. We don't want other children to be taught to feel guilty for the way they are born. And we absolutely don't want identity politics creeping their way to our school. We ask that you consider the parents as stakeholders in this conversation if you're now supporting the General Assembly to legislate local public school curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6.08, 2021-2022 school year calendar. Our first speaker is Katie Davis.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Katie Davis. I have 2 children in the public school system. I will speak on the all or nothing proposal of shifting the 2 afternoon equity professional development sessions to afternoons off for teacher wellness. Teachers are tired. Why are teachers tired? Not from training per se. They are tired from the extra daily responsibilities. There are not enough substitute teachers. Teachers are pulled from planning periods to fill in for colleagues. Teachers would be compelled to take a needed sick day if they can count on a substitute instead of burdening their colleagues. Switching 2 afternoons to wellness does not solve this problem. Professional development benefits the students. Equity training may seem repetitive to some, but it's a necessity. Cultural responsive teaching skills are best acquired through in-person training. Teachers and the board should work with the equity office to adjust the training if needed and desired. Don't eliminate the training for the rest of the year. Let's get to the root of one of the problems with the school system. Recruit 100 substitutes somehow. I don't know how. It's a hard sell. Students can sometimes be mean and manipulative towards substitutes. Recruit retired military and retired teachers who won't stand for the nonsense. This school year seems more difficult than last year. Teachers need a break. And I just don't see how 5 or 6 hours is going to cut it. Do something meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine McNamara.
Our teachers have experienced relentless months of hardship, and I wish for them every possible chance for restoration. But please don't try to put a small, unclean Band-Aid on this deep wound by removing support that builds capacity in the face of escalating student needs. Equity PD strives to bring teachers deeper understanding of lived experiences beyond their own familiarity. By its very nature, it can discomfort them and others and provoke hesitancy or resistance that appears in various ways. It asks us all to be open to people whose lives encompass different challenges and norms. These sessions are felt uniquely by participants in profound and ordinary ways, depending on their own engagement, but they are crucial to equipping dedicated educators with skills to respond to children now and in the future. Cultural differences daily impact teaching moments and threaten learning outcomes. Navigating these differences takes skills, practice, and courage. Only within an authentic connection does trust become possible, and trust is what makes it safe to ask questions, take risks, and pursue classroom learning. Our teachers need brave spaces with each other, and our students need more ways to build trust in their educators, because both historical wrongs and pandemic chaos have fractured that trust. Now is not the time to impede the ability of people from different generations and cultures to be in sufficient relationship with each other for learning to take place. If you remove PD equity sessions from the calendar, cancel plans to carry forward important work that today's conditions require of our educators, and you place in the record permanently signal to future teachers from diverse backgrounds that this school system questions their
time has expired.
Let's not do that. Let's keep the dignity and worth of all our teachers and students centered in every wellness contribution we offer during this hard time and always.
Thank you. Our next speaker for item 6.08 is Kristen Caminiti.
Again, thank you. It is very disappointing that this issue is even an agenda item, which is directly pitting teacher wellness and excessive workload against equity education. This isn't fair to the equity office, who has been tasked by our school system and works tremendously hard to create meaningful PD. And it isn't fair to teachers who desperately need their workload and wellness addressed, but not in a way that adds additional stress by creating a false dichotomy of either you care about equity or you care about your mental health. What's worse, Ms. Ellis is giving legitimacy to this request by stating that it came out of the work group she put together. But literally, the only thing the public has heard about this work group is that it was formed and that one of their suggestions was removing the equity PD for the remainder of the year because it is, quote, repetitive. But I have many questions. Who was in this group? How were they chosen? Were all clusters represented? What other suggestions did they come up with? Why haven't those been made publicly available? Why is one board member allowed to choose one item from a list of many instead of all options being considered? I hope the majority of our board sees through this charade. I know teacher workload needs to be addressed. I've testified about it here. Our teachers are struggling in so many ways and need to know that our entire school system and community support them. But students in our school system need teachers to have issues of equity and relationship building at the top of their mind. There are students suffering because not all of our teachers have the same skills when it comes to culturally responsive teaching and other equity tools and strategies. It is clear we need to address teacher workload and have continued equity professional development. We need to address both in real and lasting ways. Work creatively to incentivize, recruit, and retain substitutes so that teachers can take time off as needed without burdening their colleagues. If other teachers have to cover, pay them for that time. Lighten the load of teachers by taking away the additional expectations required by Brightspace.
Your time has expired.
If teachers or board members have suggestions for improving equity PD, then by all means share that feedback and work to improve it. If in this moment the equity training needs to be revamped, adjusted, or maybe shortened, then let's do that, but not in this way. The equity office is open to feedback. Work with them like the caring, dedicated professionals they are. But we do not need a motion from this board to facilitate that kind of change. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker for item 6.08 is Letitia Hicks.
Good evening, Latika Hicks. Dear board members, I respectfully reject your idea to eliminate the remaining equity professional development days to address teacher wellness. Professional development and teacher wellness are instrumental to student success, and the thought of creating an either-or situation for what students and teachers need is sad. We should not eliminate opportunities for educators to learn about themselves and others to possibly improve how they exercise their duties and obligations. This includes their ability to teach, nurture, and care for a diverse population of students. Teachers have a tremendous responsibility and can significantly influence our young people. It is essential to equip them with the necessary tools like the skills and strategies gained through equity professional development. Therefore, instead of repeatedly looking for opportunities to get rid of the equity PD, the focus should be on how to resolve the issues teachers already identified as problematic or stressful. Issues like the teacher workload or not enough substitutes. Teachers should be able to take the day off to care for themselves and their families without increasing another teacher's workload. Or the issue of constant testing. It's just too much. Finally, the equity PD is required under COMAR and AACPS's educational equity policy and regulations, and it is necessary to address AACPS's history of denying and limiting educational opportunities for African American students. Suppose some teachers have communicated their dissatisfaction with the equity PDs. In that case, it could be for many reasons, all worth exploring, and which we know the Equity Office will be responsive to. If there are ways to improve it, the Equity Office will. The BOE should not make a motion to eliminate Equity PD. The goal is to work together, to move forward, and be better for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Dadone.
Thank you very much. Mary Dadone, speaking for the Anne Arundel County NAACP. The Anne Arundel County NAACP stands in unwavering support of both our teachers and ongoing equity professional development. We refuse to see this as an either-or choice between development of equity capacity and teacher welfare. Instead, we see equity professional development as an essential part of teacher and student mental health. Cannot we see the equity sessions as opportunities for teachers to be in community with each other about the impact of these times on them and on their students? The PD sessions are designed to enable teachers to better deal with these times and the impact of these times on themselves and on all of their students, on their ability to resonate with their students. It is not time to passively receive repetitive material. The equity sessions provide a broad outline of materials that are supposed to be tailored to the needs and experiences of the individual teachers and the individual school. The responsibility for tailoring these PD sessions into meaningful professional development lies at the school level. Success and engagement depend on the way the material is personalized and delivered at each school. Again, contact the equity department. They are there to help. The actual time gain for teachers would be about 5 hours through the remainder of the year. This is almost insulting. Let us relieve the burden on the teachers with something more than a token 5 hours that have been cunningly set in terms of being competitive with equity professional development. Please see past this false conflict. Please support real, meaningful care for teachers, and please support building equity capacity within these very tired teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on item 6.08 is Nicole Bates.
Hi, I'm Nicole Disney Bates. I'm a teacher at Meade Middle. And about 2 months ago, I stood before you and I begged for your help. I said that our boat is sinking, that we are almost sunk, and here we are again. Our teachers, our staff, our schools, the only reason that the boat has not sunk yet is because we are sitting around with buckets, bailing it out day in and day out. I have heard the other speakers, and I acknowledge that the equity PD should not be an either or, but rather a both. Could we have both? Which would be that, at least at my school, when we need to do a bright space PD, we do it during a collaborative planning, during an instructional data team meeting, during a faculty meeting. You could do one and the other. Could we do something similar where maybe we consider conference time being a time where teachers could have wellness? As we move up into the middle school, high school grades, the conferences become less attended, not necessarily not attended. We do have some attendance, especially with the virtual option, but less attended. Is there a way that we could use that time to give back to our teachers and our staff? But really, time is just time. We really do need that meaningful change that everyone's discussing. It really is time to have that open, honest discussion. Can we get rid of an SLO? Can we have a share drive where we share materials? Can we have opportunities where we all get together and meet and create materials? There are ways to give us back our time that are meaningful and don't remove equity PDs, which are extraordinarily important, and also give us the time that we desperately need to do the work that we're all struggling to do at the current moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, speaking on item 6.04, emergency plan code EH, is Peggy Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Peggy Williams. I'm concerned about the emergency plans policy. One question is, will it be clear when the emergency ends? There needs to be a clear end. But when I've seen the policy that AACPS will be coordinating pandemic emergency plans with local, state, and federal officials, and having seen the conflating, confusing, and manipulation of data and non-responses by our county health officer, there will be no end. Then let's consider the practice of lockdowns during emergency incidents or events. I see what is happening in other parts of the world where people, including children, are being detained and forcibly injected by the government. That's Australia. Right here in Anne Arundel County, students are being coerced into taking experimental injections to play sports because of a so-called emergency. The prospect of not having access to my children in this climate, or worse, the possibility of them being detained under the guise of some pandemic lockdown, is deeply concerning to me. And also, just in general, parental access to the school is very tightly controlled. That makes me uncomfortable. Language in this policy must be very specific. I understand the need to keep our kids safe in certain very limited circumstances, but this needs to be detailed. Language in the policy like maintaining plans and procedures helps to minimize complications that AACPS may encounter. What kind of complications? Also, as determined by applicable government authorities. As determined by applicable government authorities. Understand that in 2022, there are a lot of us out here who don't trust the government anymore, especially when it comes to our children. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that does conclude our virtual public comments this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for the public comment. We are going to move on to the section on award of contracts.
Can I move that we bundle those puppies?
I have a question on one of them, but.
Oh, well, yeah, it doesn't preclude
Yeah,
questions.
right.
Second. Second, the bundle.
I think we can vote to bundle, or
Consensus?
consensus, are we good?
Yeah.
Consensus to bundle? Good evening, Mr. Sheknovich. Yes, sorry, Dr. Arlato.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I recommend the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts as listed on today's agenda, 5.01 through 5.06.
Thank you.
Moved.
Have a second?
Second.
I would like to ask one question. Ms. Omasori, is your light on, or is that from previous? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Sheknovich. This is on item 5.06, student transportation. I believe I forwarded something to you about this earlier. My question is not specific to this particular contract, these particular contractors, but in light of what has happened since the beginning of school with the bus driver shortage, I think we're all aware that it's been a difficult time, but potentially, depending on the data, different contractors have performed at different levels through this. And so I'm curious if there, as part of the process, as various bus contractors come up for, and contracts come up for renewal, if in the process of selecting the contractors, there is going to be any way of incorporating the relative level of operation for a given contractor through this particular time. If you have anything to tell us about that.
Sure, certainly. For the record, Alex Checkno, Chief Operating Officer. So a common misperception really in the public arena is that we are generally guided by something called the low bid process, but that is far overly simplified, and it's simply a shortcut to what really happens. There's really two other operational elements that need to be determined, and that is that to begin with, the party that's offering their services, putting in a bid, has to be declared responsive, and responsive means that they've met the technical requirements of the bid. So, if you have to have 5 years of experience, we mean 5, we don't mean 3. If you have to have done X, you have to really done X, not Y. So that's a simple technical responsiveness to each bullet item, and that is undertaken by our purchasing department. The next thing is you have to be what's called a responsible vendor, responsible, not just responsive, but also responsible. And that is demonstrating your capacity to our satisfaction if you can carry out the various required elements of the work. Again, that is partially predicated upon your past body of work, because we do reference checks. We've got certainly experienced this with people. But the other part of the responsiveness piece of it is we have the opportunity, if needed, and I can tell you we deployed it while we're not talking about 5.06 today, we certainly did, of bringing in the contractors for what's called a pre-award meeting. And that is an opportunity for us to meet face-to-face with the contractor, go over the scope of the project, understand from them to articulate to us, what is their plan, what is their staffing levels, do they really internalize and foresee all the various, required elements of the work. So we basically walk through the specifications, walk through the term and conditions, and gauge as not just a past experience, but also in real time gauge what's their plan for tackling the job going ahead. And so we do that. I'll give you a very other good example. When Miss Antoine was with us, she was always, when she saw a ultra low bid, right? That scares all of us. So, prices are kind of grouped in. You have some party that's a little bit too low. So we always call them in and do the same thing. We do a pre-award, and we, let's talk our way through this. Let's see what's required. Do you have the staffing? Do you have the, bonding capacity? Do you have the capital line of credits? Whatever on that type of award. So we do that not just for this. We do that procedurally. Anytime that we have concern about the capacity of a firm to fully execute and discharge the requirements. So it's really after you're determined to be responsive to the solicitation, after you've been determined responsible, and that can include that pre-award, it is then that we get to that. Now we look at the lowest price, and that is the recommendation that we bring forward via the superintendent's recommendation to this board.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Corkadell?
Yes, I just wanted just to take a minute to thank you for the ceilings and lights Central Middle School item. A couple years back, Member Schalheim and Member Grannon and myself was with Dr. Arlotto touring the school, and sometimes we do try our best to get out to the different schools, and so I just want to thank you for taking some suggestions on how we can Brighton Central Middle School's day, so to speak, because I think it was more because they had the addition and the brighter light. So I really appreciate you guys continuing to follow through with giving them the best possible learning environment, as you do with many other of our schools.
Yeah, obviously the lighting quality is a big driving factor in either aiding students to learn or at least not distracting from their abilities. So in full disclosure to your colleagues, the Central Middle School project was in the comprehensive maintenance plan, long before your three colleagues walked through that building. So it's really a matter of timing and funding. We'd actually hoped, as you recall, to have actually done it in the last fiscal year, but the funding didn't allow it. So it pushed forward to this year. And I believe Arundel Middle School, I think, is the very next one behind Central Middle School, if memory serves me correctly. So we do have, in the comprehensive maintenance plan that this board adopted back in September, you'll see sort of the work that we've got projected on a going forward basis. We share that with schools and communities, and again, yourselves to look at that and use that as an instrument to inform folks for upcoming projects and to help turn them out, to advocate for funding so we can get to those projects sooner in each and every one of your districts. So thank you very much, Ms. Crocodile.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a lot of these things I have been advocating for prior to sitting in the seat, because it is the environment that our kids are in are so very, very important. And things such as lighting in a hallway can make the difference of someone not replying hi back in the hallway can turn it into, very negative, where if otherwise under the brighter light of day, was just didn't hear them or something. And so I really appreciate that, because these little things do, you're absolutely right, they make a huge impact. And I cringe every time our maintenance budget gets shrugged down, because I know 10 years from now, that little bit of maintenance will also go a long way to ensure I can squeeze out a few more years out of that building and it to be actually useful as an education facility. So thank you very much for all the hard work you guys are doing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'll pass that along.
I see no other lights, so Ms. Howell?
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank? Aye. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Omasori? I apologize. Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Okay. Item 6.01, Administrative Personnel Appointments. Dr. Olato.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend that the personnel listed on the attached sheet be promoted and or appointed.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I see no lights.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item 6.02, Students with a Known Food Allergy, Code JECAA, third reading. Good evening, Ms. Ortiz.
Good evening.
Dr. Olato.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend board approval of policy JECAA, subject to final correction for style and format.
So moved.
I see no lights.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Dent?
Aye.
Ms. Sori?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, policy revisions, second reading, 6.03, naming facilities, Code EG, Dr. Olato.
This is second reading,
Yes.
and I'll leave it to Ms. Ortiz to answer any questions of the board.
Thank you.
Sure. For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. Before you is policy EG, naming facilities. And with me is Mr. Shakinovich, our COO. So this policy is on second reading. It was on a 30-day public comment period. I did not receive any public comments. We obviously did have some testimony this evening earlier, but we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schallheim.
Yes, it was mentioned during public testimony, something about, I didn't write it down as specifically as I should have, but adding the word equitable to.
I wrote it down.
Oh.
Yeah, to the issue statement.
Could that, is that a substantive change in your view, or is that more of a technical edit in light of the fact that we do everything with the MABE equity lens at the forefront?
So I think that it's implied in that, to your point, we have an equity policy and regulation that, in accordance with state regulations, as was previously stated in some of the testimony, that requires us to, look at things with an equity lens and implement our policies and regulations and processes and procedures in an equitable fashion. So if there is consensus on the board to add that language, you can do so. If you want to vote on it, you can also do that as well.
I might also add, Ms. Shawhan, that, these are written in a hierarchical fashion. So if you go right to the purpose, which really takes a hierarchical position to the issue, the word equitable is the fourth word in that sentence.
Yes.
So that then governs all of the
that's
terms
true.
and conditions that go afterwards, that washes through, in addition to the point Ms. Ortiz just brought forward.
Thank you for pointing that out.
But again, it's the will of the board.
Yes, it was discussed, and that language was specifically added to the purpose statement, which, as Mr. Sheknovich stated, sort of is the, kind of guides the rest of the policy.
I thought I heard mention of two changes. That was one. Was there another one?
So I heard a reference in the testimony about considering a system-wide impact when naming schools. I did not hear specific language.
Got it. Yeah, I guess to avoid last minute or surprise motions and to get my head wrapped around what that would mean or what that would require, I'm gonna think about that. But do you have thoughts on that? I know you heard it for the first time too, just a few minutes ago. What that might mean or entail?
I'll go back to my own opinion, humble opinion,
Please.
is that, and whether adding in equitable into B makes you more comfortable, that's entirely your purview, but I think if you're really talking about, fair, equitable, objective, uniform, consistent, if you take a look at all the describers in here, it would really be hard pressed for me to believe this school district, knowing this school district and the wonderful people that undertake these projects under the leadership of the superintendent, would not be looking at impacts, not just in the micro environment, but in a macro environment countywide. And I think the research that goes into naming really takes a look at the body of work of an individual, 3 years, post or whatever. So it's a pretty comprehensive process, having been involved in the Northeast project. So I think it happens.
Yeah, that's fair.
I know it makes folks more comfortable saying words, but I know that the work happens.
Good. I just wanted to address that because we just heard it, and that's why we have public testimony before we consider items, so we can reflect on that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Some of the comments that we heard were about the equitable evaluation, but prior to that in public testimony, one of the reasons behind that request was because there should be more county input into the local naming of schools. And at the meeting where we named Northeast High School, that was a big concern. And I stood then and said that I think that the community should be naming schools, and I stand by that position in any future school that we name. I would not support anything that pushes us to having outside communities trying to name what is something that should be within that community. I do support the community's input, and I don't think it would be right to get into a situation again, and Ms. Dent, you missed a doozy, where we run into that problem. It was a problem where we had the wants of the community were very clearly identified, and then we had other folks saying, no, don't do that. And I would be worried about any language that continues that confusion and that division. So I would say, I think that you guys did a great job on this policy. I think that it aligns with, how we want to move forward, and I would support it as is. Thank you.
Ms. Dent?
Thank you. I just wanted to
I think that the public testimony tonight did bring one thing to my attention, and it's just a clarification for me. One of the comments was that in the position, sub-bullet C, that we consider Maeve, and her words was, in a position statement, maybe we should consider adding the word Maeve equity lens. The equity lens that we are looking through is all defined through the Maeve equity positions that they put out. So is there any value to adding that? I heard what both of you all said a little bit earlier, but I don't know if that is something that needs to be defined inside of a policy or codified inside of a policy.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So I would say that we have an actual educational equity policy and regulation that guides the work of the school system and this board. So I would be concerned if we're just adding it only to certain policies, because we have over 400 policies and regulations. So we wouldn't want someone to see it like in this policy per se and not see it somewhere else and have this idea that we're not, uniformly applying the educational equity policy and regulation. And I believe it's policy AF, and it was put under that first section A as, a prominent overarching policy that guides the school system, the school board, and the work that we do. So I'm sorry, that was a little long-winded. I don't think it's necessary to include in the policy.
And I've got a little bit different of a concern, but I have a concern as well. And it's in general, any time that you're essentially adopting by reference a body of work that is entirely under the purview of somebody else. Now, certainly if it's a law, right, we're obligated under preemption. We can't, negate our responsibility under law. But in a hypothetical example, and Maeve's wonderful, right? We know that. But what if they adopted a position policy or altered that document in a manner that you didn't agree with, right? A third party entity has just made a change that you don't agree with, but yet because it's in here, now we're a little bit stuck with it. And then later we'd have to move it or amend it or alter something. And that also means the staff would always have to keep an eye out on this third party. And again, Maeve's simple, right? Because it's near and dear, we know that. But the more you go into sort of, yielding your authority to another group that you don't have control over, it gets a little tricky and uncomfortable for staff that, she's giving you more legal advice, I'm giving you operational advice.
No, thank you for that. I just thank you for the point of clarification from both of you all. Thank you, Dr. Tobin.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I see no other lights. So I'm sorry, did we have a motion on this one? Oh, it's a second reader. Forgive
It'll
me.
be on third reading at the
Sorry,
next
I've lost
board
track.
meeting.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. Another second reader, item 6.04, emergency plans, code EH.
Yes, so before you is policy EH, emergency plans. This is also before you on second reading. This policy also had a 30-day public comment period. I did not receive any public comment. Mr. Shaknovich and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, President Tobin. At the appropriate time, I would like to make a motion, but I do not want to negate that motion to negate opportunities for questions to Ms. Ortiz or Mr. Tiknovich.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
Yes, I just have one question about this one. We say localized, regional, or national emergency or pandemic is determined by the applicable government authorities. Is there a particular reason we didn't say epidemic as well?
So yes, so before, so adding the word pandemic was a specific request from Ms. Antwine to the policy. However, I would say that under an emergency, right, all of those things would be covered. But given the fact that we're in the middle of a pandemic, Ms. Antwine felt strongly that that should be highlighted in this policy. But an epidemic or other sort of emergency, natural disasters would be, yes,
Okay,
it's totally
okay,
implied. I'm
okay,
sorry.
so
Yes, it is implied and covered under the emergency.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ms. Dent, is that a new light? Or you're old like? Okay. Okay, so seeing no other lights, Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you. Well, I think Ms. Frank's question kind of speaks to where I'm going with this. I do have the opportunity to engage with our County Office of Emergency Management very regularly. And as some of you may know, we do have an emergency management committee designed to develop a brand new sort of a bundle pack of some procedurals as well as a standalone policy. This policy before us in its second reader as draft was designed for operations. And I think many schools have felt that that has always been adequate. And clearly the circumstances have forced a lot of us to reevaluate. And in the course of that, we do exchange different information on what we are up to. And the generosity and team spirit of our Office of Emergency Management was to extend to the opportunity to give us some feedback and some suggestions. And, you know, they're working, they have a very good team with MEMA and FEMA, and they have been getting feedback from our other neighbors and partners. And given that we are in our current policy, because the draft is not proposing any real systemic changes. So in this particular instance, I thought there would be value for us to basically pause for a minute and allow them to take a look at it and then send the recommendations back over to the committee to take a look at. And if anything substance were to emerge, then we can address it. There are some policy on policies issues and parliamentary that lead me to making a motion. And so President Tobin, and I have shared the final version. There was a little technical tweaking for legal purposes for it. So let me pull that up. Sorry, I have a couple of things. And that is, no, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Okay. I move in accordance with policy B. Before I start, I just want to thank Dr. Tobin and Dr. Arlotto and Ms. Ortiz and Ms. Dent for working with me to figure out if this was a good idea and then being supportive of it. I almost forgot that. Gratitude is more important. I move in accordance with policy BF, subsection C, section C, subsection 3F, that the board waive its usual timelines for discussing and acting on proposed policies, and at this time stay its consideration of proposed policy EH so that it may be referred back to the board's policy committee for them to review input from the Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management, MEMA, and or FEMA as appropriate, and then bring the policy, including any resulting revision recommendations, back to the board for second reading at a regularly scheduled board meeting.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Schulheim.
I don't necessarily have a problem with this, but I just have a question for Ms. Ortiz. Do we ever float our policies to outside entities, and how and when does that happen? And are we opening doors to any sort of slippery slope since we like local control of what we do? I'm just curious. I don't necessarily have an issue with this. It's just an honest question.
Start.
Sure, I'll give you some case in point. So as we all know, a lot of our policy and regs are driven by either regulatory changes or administrative procedure changes, for example, with the state. And so I'll give you, tangible examples. We're actually working on one right now. When the state adopts a new law that drives a new reg and it's overseen by an agency that compels us to change one of our policy or regs, quite frequently, we'll draft up the document. We know what the state law says. We know what the administrative procedure guide of the state agency says. We know what the guidance document of the department, but we very frequently will give them the copy of it and say, hey, well, let's pass muster, because certainly we don't want to advise you that this is a solid document. You know, the board then adopts it, we send it to the state, and they take issue with it, and now we have to tweak it again. So yes, we quite often run things by other governmental entities, you know, other subject matter experts to make sure that the finished product is meeting their needs. Again, most of that is legal driven.
Yeah,
you
and
know,
most of it is state driven.
Yeah, state driven by, you know,
Laws,
state environmental
regulations.
law changes or state facility
I'm working on that
construction,
one too.
financing
Yeah.
changes, things like that. We always work with MDE, the IEC, any of those
MSD.
agencies.
So, and that's really good to hear. Is that the case with this one? Is this driven by any? This is something that Ms. Antoine was passionate about, but is that the only reason that we're looking at this in this way, or did state law change that we have to ask?
So there was no change in state law regulations or any sort of requirements.
Yeah, this is really a deferential policy.
Right.
If you read it, you know, what it basically said was that we unilaterally are not going to take these. We're going to take these not only in concert, but, you know, in cooperation with the determiners of the emergency, be it at the local, state, or federal. So I think the language we've added here, although not initiated by a local, state, or federal agency, would certainly make every local, federal, or state government more pleased with the policy of this board, because it really publicly states that we're going to align our actions. You know, we're going to be supportive of their requirements in the time of a declared emergency.
In which we already do that, but that's just more explicitly stated in the policy, right?
So there's no downside to this. Okay, well, I mean, I was supportive anyway, but this solidifies my support. Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing, then? I'm sorry. So as lovely as they all are, we do get some feedback. You know, we often do have challenges with some of these external groups, not understanding your format of, you know, there is a policy, and then there's a reg behind it,
and then
there's an
procedures,
operational, you know, SOP
manual.
behind it.
Right.
So sometimes I've gotten a one-page policy back, and it turns into 19 pages of you know, charts and graphs and flow charts. And I said, well, we'll put that in the SOP manual, but that's not the way the board has its work structured. So I will say that with a caveat: be careful what you ask for. It's all very good natured, but it's we then take their input and then we'll locate it in the right place. You just may not see it in this document.
To Mr. Sheknovich's point, like everyone's definition of policy is not the same.
Yeah.
So we're very specific of policy versus reg versus SOP versus manual versus best practices.
Right.
So.
Guidelines,
Got
et
it.
cetera.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Frank, do you have an? Okay.
I will definitely support this motion. Thank you for bringing it, Ms. Corgadell. The question that I presented earlier was pandemic versus epidemic. If we think back to H1N1, it was handled so vastly differently.
Mhm.
And I think that was kind of my concern was, do we have separate plans for this versus that? Or, and I think getting that extra input would be valuable. And I believe the motion just asks for the input. Obviously, we can choose to accept it or not.
Mhm.
So I, for that reason, I'm pretty comfortable supporting that. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. I don't see any more lights. Ms. Corkadell, would you like to say more?
So, thank you, Michelle Hammond and Ms. Frank, for those questions, because those were some of the very same things that I kind of mulled through. And so I will say, you know, Alex and Jen are absolutely correct. Some of these agencies have just different definitions in it, and you always hesitate before even considering taking them up. But in this particular case, I'm kind of laughing to myself, because the very first question that was asked was, we want to support and help and just share with you what we're seeing coming up in more recent. But we need to kind of understand what you mean by a policy. and what you mean by your emergency, because in emergency management, you got EMP and COOP, and you've got the higher level. And so for us, it is a little different. And I said, well, this is not the regulation. The regulation is embedded in the EMPs based on business unit, and it's pretty complex for a school. But a policy is the what and the why. So I'm pretty comfortable that we have a commitment of a good, honest work through with it. And that is one of the reasons why I included in my motion to recommit back to the committee, so that we can then take it and get feedback from Ms. Ortiz and Alex and so many others to kind of say, okay, does this make sense for us? Because, sometimes agencies operate under different optics than what we must do. So I did try my best to put in some fail safes to ensure that the board maintains what its intent is to do. So thank you all for your consideration. And thank you once again, folks, and a special thanks to, of course, our agency partners in Office of Emergency Management and the County Executive for his leadership in those agencies.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more lights, Ms. Howell.
Ms. Corkadell moved in accordance with policy BF section C3F that the board waive its usual timelines for discussing and acting on proposed policies, and at this time stay its consideration of proposed policy EH so that it may be referred back to the board's policy committee for them to review input from Anne Arundel County Office of Emergency Management, MEMA and/or FEMA as appropriate, and then bring the policy, including any resulting revision recommendations, back to the board for second reading at a regularly scheduled board meeting. Mr. Silkworth.
Aye.
Ms. Frank. Aye. Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim.
Aye.
Ms. Stent.
Aye.
Ms. Omasore.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. So now we move on to item 6.05, redistricting and attendance areas.
Yes, so policy JAA, redistricting and attendance areas, is also before you on second reading. We did receive one public comment during the public comment period, which is included in the board materials. We did receive another public comment after, which I forwarded today, so you may or may not have seen it. But Mr. Sheknovich and I are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Ms. Frank.
Thank you again. Sorry, I'm talkative tonight. Ms. Ortiz, I have not, a couple of the board members have not been through the redistricting process yet. So I am reading through it. Everything seems, it seems fine the way that it's written. I don't have any particular concerns, but I would say once we go through it, I might just want to reach back out and say this worked, this didn't, or maybe have some follow-up at a later date, but I know it might be a while. So I understand that we have a need for the policy, but having said that, I also understand that once I actually go through the process, I may have a different opinion on how the policy works in actuality. So that's my only comment there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other lights. Am I missing anyone? No. Okay.
And this will be before you on third reading at the next meeting of the board.
Okay. And then we have item 6.06, items of legislation. Dr. Arlotto, do you have a recommendation on this one? I can't remember. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
For the record, again, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. So we have several items of legislation before you for review. Just as a friendly reminder, the Maryland General Assembly convened for its 444th legislative session last Wednesday, January 12th. It's only my 17th. I've been around quite that long, but I didn't think I'd still be around quite this long doing this work. So before you is the legislative exhibit. And just as a reminder, the bills that are, or lack thereof, in section 1, if there are bills that would need your vote as a board because it does not align with the legislative program. Bills in section 2 are just FYI, no position bills. They may be something, things such as like commissions and work groups and advisory boards. We don't typically weigh in on those. It may be something happening at another school system, a local bill, but I'm keeping an eye on it because it's an issue of interest, or it could become a statewide bill. And then section 3, which is going to be predominantly what you will see this session, falls under legislative program. I, have a whole process of reviewing the synopses that are dropped every day by the House and the Senate of bills, collaborate with staff to review and provide feedback. I meet with the superintendent as well on the recommended position. So there's a whole lot of background work that goes into, producing these position statements. Oftentimes, I say lots of bills aren't really new ideas. They're either reintroductions or some new reiteration of something from the past. So we have some very long standing positions on legislation. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz, and thank you for your energetic work as our connection and representative.
Makes the winter go by fast.
Yeah, I was going to say, you
The
probably
days
don't.
just run into each other.
You don't remember a January, February, or March for years, right? Okay. So Ms. Corkadell, your light is on.
Yes. Ms. Ortiz, I'm feeling pretty comfortable on the state stuff, on most of the stuff. But as it relates to specific bills targeting us, I know that we have a longstanding history of not taking a particular position to allow the system to run its course out of due respect. But I am very concerned about not taking a position on something that could hinder our ability to do our state required duties and is in direct conflict. So I'm referring in particular to House Bill 95, submitted by Delegate Bagnell. And I guess I do a couple questions, or I guess just am I reading it the right way, or more so than a question? So please bear with me here for a minute here. So if I am reading this accurately, she is suggesting that basically the state would be forcing a redefinition of the president's duties and authority by moving some of the president's current parliamentarian and presiding officership to a parliamentarian, new position among us. And there is no differentiation I can find, or am I missing, of who gets to reign supreme, because the parliamentarian is normally like in very, very large bodies, not in a group of 8. Quite honestly, I've never seen that before. So is that my correct read, that it would basically fundamentally change the definitions that we currently are operating under as it relates to the president's duties?
So as far as the president's role being parliamentarian roles, I don't know, this would create a separate, just someone on the board would be elected as parliamentarian. And so the proposed legislation doesn't get into details about, how that would work. However, we do have a policy on the role of the president and vice president. So then, the parliamentarian, whether that policy would need to be revised, or we would need to create new language to define and distinguish the role of the parliamentarian, which is something that I would suggest if this were to pass. That's how that would be worked out.
Okay, and then second to that, am I reading this correctly? That now, in the middle of my meeting, this new parliamentarian, which we're not really sure if they have the authority to overstep the president in their presiding role or not,
can consult with the Anne Arundel County Office of Law. I've never encountered anything where we would even take advice from the Anne Arundel County of Law. We have separate legal counsel. And so am I to understand that if I need a decision, that I'm going to have Greg Swain and his team here? I'm not,
So
or
it's
am
not
I
how read
misreading?
Yeah, I don't read it to be that.
Because we're not Anne Arundel County Office of Law. We don't preside and they don't preside over us in any level, way, shape, or form.
So I don't
Correct.
read it that they would have to be present here. I believe that the intent in my conversation with the delegate and reading the plain language of the bill is that just for education, our parliamentary procedures, right? And to make sure that the parliamentarian is sort of up to date on all, whatever the legal requirements. I don't know, I have my own opinions on why that may be, but I don't know for sure as to why, the delegate chose the County of Law. I will say that we do collaborate with the County of Law on legal matters before the school system. They represent us on various legal matters. So it's not a completely, we do have an existing relationship. So I think it's more for the legal advice on parliamentary procedures to ensure that the parliamentarian is well educated and well versed on parliamentary procedures.
So basically, if I'm hearing this correctly, the delegate does not feel that our current legal staff of many, and that our right under state law to assign our legal counsel for this board is now some of that authority is going to be taken away, because now I have a new lawyer. Like, we really need any more lawyers. Sorry, no offense, Mr. Burns or Ms. Ortiz, but
You're amazing.
I have authority coming from 5 different ways, and this now grants new authority to the Office of Law to preside over decisions of this board that is a state agency. And the county really, although they partner with us, help us, defend us, and even do our risk, management stuff, does not have authority over how we function or our decisions. And I just want to make sure that when I read Anne Arundel County Office of Law, that we're referring to the actual Anne Arundel County Office of Law under the direction of Mr. Swain, whom love to death. He's a great person and a great civic servant for so many years. And not that I do not value his opinion. Actually, when I worked with the county, I valued his opinion near daily and took that advice. But now I am here and I have advice and we have laws. Is that in conflict with some of the other state granted authority that the board has the authority to actually appoint their own board attorney and seek it as its legal counsel? Does this contradict it?
So I would have to look at the law to look at how it's specifically drafted and compare it to this bill. Just off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Okay.
It did not raise that concern for me about a conflict in that regard when I did read
I guess
bill.
if the
I can say that.
parliamentarian needs to seek representative guidance and they are presiding and we're having a live meeting, I guess what we now have to hold business. I know this is not a question per se, but I will just say that in our states of emergency, the necessity for us to render decisions sometimes because we have legal obligations with deadlines, capping it to 10 p.m. and limiting us to 6 hours. Does that include public testimony nights? It just says meetings here. It does not map back out, but I'm just going to point out that I'm normally, it's okay, we work through it and we talk through it, but I have extreme concerns, and Madam President, and when the time is right, I would like to propose a motion based on the answers that I got from Ms. Ortiz. I've got a problem with a lot of the rest of this too, but really a couple of these things are very, very limiting to our ability to do our job and our sworn oath. And lastly, I'm just going to say that part of my intent of motion is that telling me that I cannot make a good decision past 10 o'clock at night, I guess implies that elected officials cannot.
And so while the county council is up till midnight, 1 o'clock over, rentals, for example, in the county, and the General Assembly conducts its business until it's done at midnight, at 1 o'clock in the morning. Judiciary's committee is hearing testimony and doing their work at 3 o'clock in the morning. To insinuate that any one of me or my colleagues lack the ability beyond what they have, it's not good business and not in the interest of working with us. And I'll lastly just say that at no moment in time did anybody ever contact me or my colleagues that I'm aware of to even have a conversation about something with such a drastic effect on our ability to govern.
Thank you, Ms. Corkadell. Ms. Ellis?
Thanks. I'm not going to repeat all the things that Ms. Corkadell just said, but
sorry.
No. I know when I read this legislation, I had all of the same concerns. So that has me wondering, Ms. Ortiz, and this is in no way being critical, just me trying to understand, why was there why was this not recommended as a board vote? I mean, this directly impacts this board. The entire bill is about this board.
Yeah, we've had many bills entirely about this board over the years, and historically, we've not weighed in except for,
Really?
I believe it was the 2017 bill, which created an elected school board, in which case the only time the board weighed in was when there were threats of limiting the power of the ability of the student member to vote the way that, our student member of the board has total voting rights, the only student member of a school board in the entire country to do so. And there were some members of the delegation that were trying to restrict the voting of the member. And so that's where the board weighed in and chose to, have a motion to do so. So historically, the board has not weighed in on bills impacting the very nature, the existence, the composition, of the board, anything having to do with the board. So, in our discussions, that's what we agreed to maintain with the historical positions, non-positions of this board. But of course, you as a board have the ability to motion and take a position if you would like to.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Schulheim?
I understand why some of us might be upset about this bill. But I also, we've also sat in these seats, some of us for 3 years, some of us till 3 o'clock in the morning. Really consequential motions have failed on a singular vote at 1:30 in the morning when we're all cross-eyed and tired. We've used being exhausted as an excuse to rush through things or not rush through things late at night. And we've also started to make a commitment to address this in our handbook, which I do still really, really support. There are a couple really huge school systems in this country, LAUSD and San Francisco USD, that have addressed this in their policy and in their handbook. And San Francisco USD says specifically, and I'm quoting here, that the board believes that late night meetings deter public participation, can affect the board's decision-making ability, and can be a burden to staff, and that, that they adjourn their regularly scheduled meetings at 10 p.m. unless extended by general consent of a majority of the board. Whether or not this bill lives or dies, I hope that we move towards that. We talk about self-policing a little bit on this dais. I hope we continue to, both in the length of which we speak on things and an overall length of our meetings. I think it's healthy for everyone. I think we're better humans if we're arrested. We're better parents if we're arrested. We're better employees if we're arrested. We serve this community and this board better if we make decisions while we're still fully lucid. And so whether or not a motion about this particular bill is successful or not, I really hope that that's where we go as a board. I really hope that we're committed to that and self-policing that. We talk a little bit about that. We've talked all about that recently. So far, it hasn't worked out so far for us all that well. I look forward to someday having an updated handbook with language in it that might address this. Looking at you, kid. And you know, that we can better police ourselves always. Yeah. So.
Thank you. Ms. Dent?
So my question, mine's are more questions than they are statements. So with this is my first go around with this. I just want to get clarity. So when you say you take no position, if the board does have input to any of this, not just particularly this one, I have no input on this one. I just want to make sure I understand, what is board no position? Is that because the Board of Education has no position on it? Or is that just because you haven't gotten any feedback from the Board of Education to take a position?
So it's at the legislative program is my guiding light, you know, during session. It really allows me to best advocate on behalf of the school system. It's very comprehensive, and so it allows me to be able to take positions, you know, historical positions, you know, on behalf of the board based on that program, right? Because 90 days is a short time. Things go very quickly. I can't wait, you know, every 2 weeks, you know, for the board to be able to vote on every single bill. So there are bills, like I said, that are reintroduced, and we have very historical positions. So I will submit testimony in alignment with previous last 5, 6, 7, 10 years of testimony board positions without needing to vote from the board. Those are your section 3s, right? But if there's something that I know is a little controversial, and I know that there might be differences of opinion on the board, like I'll hold that back before submitting anything. So to answer your question about the no positions, it's just sort of like as it relates to our legislative program and the positions in the program, and also our historical positions or no positions on similar legislation or identical legislation. So that's the recommended, you know, those are the recommended positions of the board.
Okay, and then last question. So when you get this price, so I got this document, right? If I have any feedback, how do I present this feedback to you? Is this something that I can just send directly to you, or how's that process gathered?
Yeah, I mean, I love emails, like email me your questions in advance if you can, as you know, as soon as you can, because that allows me to be to provide you the best information that I can if I have information in advance and can give you good background information or answer your questions fully. Sometimes I'll get emails and I'll be able to answer them, and the board member is satisfied with my answers, and it's that. Sometimes, you know, the questions will still come up at a board meeting. There might be motions that come out of it or not. But just for the public knowledge, you know, because the public may have been asking, or you've received a lot of emails about an issue. But yes, email me and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Tobin, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth?
Thank you, President Tobin. So House Bill 95, Delegate Bagnall did in fact reach out to me, and I'm not sure if she reached out to any others. And we talked, and I told her that I had in fact seen the bill and kind of read it somewhat, but I really had not studied the bill. And I committed to her that I would do that, and I have. I oppose the bill. I understand why perhaps the bill was put there, but in response to Ms. Schauheim, I will commit, and I think most of us will commit to do what we need to do to police ourselves and to make sure that this body operates the way it should. I think that's our responsibility to police ourselves. I think we have started to do that. Remember, everyone, this has been a difficult 2 years. A lot of things have happened, but we clearly do need to police ourselves. We'll do that. You have my commitment, I'm sure Dr. Tobin's commitment to do that. And for that reason, we don't need this bill. I think we should oppose the bill.
Ms. Ellis, did you put your light on again? Oh, that's an old light. Okay.
Policing myself is not.
So.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Corkadell, did you have a motion you wanted to make?
Can you turn your microphone on?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'm a double clicker. I just, same thing when I go to unmute sometimes in virtual meetings. I move that we oppose House Bill 95 as.
Second.
There we go.
Dang, now what I was.
We're trying to be efficient here.
I told you I had a commitment.
If we have no comments, I'll just make one final summary at the end when.
So, Ms. Dent, your light is on.
So I guess I'm just, so again, the motion is there. So I'm trying to understand what I just asked Ms. Ortiz. If we oppose, why do we have to have a formal process to do that, to oppose it? Why we just can't send her our feedback? I'm really trying to understand that process.
Ms. Ortiz, you want to?
So this document, right, if you want to, this document is aligned with the positions, historical positions of the board and the legislative program. So if you want to pull something out of those positions, and that would take action of the board, and state law indicates any action of the board requires 5 votes.
Right. So if I may, to make this, to state a
Change.
position requires an action on our part, whether we were to support it or oppose it. And so because of that, we need the motion and the vote. Does that make sense? Because why not, right? Ms. Ellis, did you have a?
Yeah, so I do. Sorry, I'm shifting gears. So I do have something just quickly, since now it is a motion on the table. Look, I've conducted meetings with this board, advocating for, pleading for better policing of ourselves. And I am in favor of this board, making decisions that will enable us to conduct our business in the best and most efficient way possible, most effective, what's best for the students. That's what we're elected to do, right? So this is not a state legislature decision. It shouldn't, it just shouldn't be. And so it's not about being opposed to being more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
But this is our decision. And Ms. Corkadell did bring up a excellent point about how late other bodies in the state, including the General Assembly, do go on. So no, I greatly oppose this bill, so I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Corkadell, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, just his final comments. I mean, I made quite a bit of comments already as prior to putting forth this motion, but I just want to point out is that, number one, I worked very hard to provide opportunities and resources so that we can improve as a board. The fact is, the General Assembly handed us a very unusual, never seen before, and probably will never be seen again, at least in the state of Maryland, as it relates to a transition plan. And that transition plan did create some of the circumstances that have led to late meetings. And I understand that Ms. Bagnell, Delegate Bagnell, has been walked away disappointed in late night meetings. But I also know this board, because we do care deeply and we do want to make sure we get down to the bottom of things, have taken perhaps more time than we should. And every single one of us has committed to one another, as well as to our delegation on numerous occasions, those attempts. We have invested time, money, and have demonstrated improvement over those course of those years. I can't change what has occurred because of the transition, nor can I change our necessity to have to act. The concerns I have about the bill transcend the insult of our ability to govern, which is the whole objective of the local education agency. And that has to do with some of these legal ones that will prevent us, in theory, under circumstances, to conduct our business. Capping these out if we are faced with a budget deadline. There is no out for me on that. If we're facing March 1st and it's approaching midnight and we have to transmit, we have to transmit. And I'm sorry if we have to go 6 hours. The 6 hours seems to have an override, but the 10 p.m. doesn't. And last time I checked, 10 p.m. is the curfew I give a child. But one of the biggest ones that stands out is injecting the county government into a state agency's authority and business as to what they decide as it relates to our parliamentary procedures. It's pretty straightforward. We follow the same Robert's rules as everybody else. And our president, I found, have always done outstanding jobs to make these tough decisions. They have to decide this, recognizing that members are going to be mad at them, hate them, and try to get even with them. And we still must manage through that because we know that everybody's coming from a place of just caring about what they're trying to do. But our ability to self-govern, I believe, is pretty consistent. And I just think that this is taking it a step too far, and it is not clearly defined how the duties would be shifted. And it really does take away from our governing authority and power to make the decisions that we need to. So I thank all of you for considering this motion. It was on the fly. I honestly thought it was a typo when I saw it in Arundel County Office of Law and had planned on that for that particular reason alone. I just don't think it's in alignment with the intent and spirit of how an LEA is supposed to operate. So thank you for your consideration, and barring none.
Okay. All right, Ms. Howe.
Ms. Quirk, I'll move that the Board of Education oppose House Bill 95. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Nay.
Ms. Omasore?
Aye.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-2.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. I think that's it. No other questions? Oh, sorry, Ms. Frank?
Yeah, I have a lot of notes on the legislative exhibit.
Turn your mic on.
Let me switch gears really quick. Okay, I think that the two that I'm just double checking my notes. Give me one more second. Okay, yeah, the two that I had concerns about, there were two different bills that you said that we would support with amendments, and I wanted to discuss those. The first one is House Bill 23, the School Discipline, Data Collection, and School Resource Officers. So we had, in some of your notes, and I was reading, You said, in addition, we have concerns with the definition of high suspending schools. As with disproportionality, it's important to be very careful with small student groups. According to this bill, an elementary bill with 1 student suspended out of 10 would be labeled high suspending. And as we have incidents of a higher incidence of reporting this year in school, I would absolutely agree with that assessment. So I would say, how much would they have to amend this particular bill to get it to a point? I mean, how many amendments would you think would get it to a point where we would need it? I mean, there's a lot of text here. I kind of feel like it's almost easier just to say we don't support it. I mean, there really is. This is a very lengthy response.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, so this is 2 previous bills into 1 bill.
Okay.
We opposed the data bill in the last previous years, and we've always supported the SRO bill. So what the sponsor of both of those bills decided to do was make it 1 bill. So the data collection piece, we basically oppose and have lots of concerns. And if it was a standalone bill, as it has been every session since I've been here, and this is my 6th session at ACPS, we would outright oppose it. But the provision in the bill about SROs not engaging in discipline, right, because that's not the role of an SRO officer, and has had the support of law enforcement as well, all the years that it's been introduced in General Assembly. We have always supported that. In fact, we've brought Mabel along to support that in some other school systems. We have consistently supported that. So it's a support with amendments because we really do support that provision. What we've heard, from SROs is sort of sometimes they're caught in a situation where they're asked to be involved in a disciplinary matter where it's not appropriate because they're law enforcement. So they're supposed to be involved in law enforcement matters. Obviously, if there are safety issues at a school, something like that, right? But if a student is being suspended or conversations about discipline for any behaviors, right? That's not the role of an SRO officer, and they will tell you that. And so our Office of School Security Reviews has reviewed this legislation over the years, and Mr. Batten, has always, advised for the board to support this legislation, and we always have. So that's the reason for the support with amendments. Because you're right, if it was just the data section of it, we would oppose that.
Okay.
So basically strike the bill except the provision related to the SROs.
And so the SRO portion, Dr. Arlett, and you're right, an SRO will tell you that. And Dr. Arlett, I seem to recall when the police chief and some of the SROs presented to us, I believe that was one of the comments that they made, is that they do not, they're not supposed to be engaging in student discipline, and they were very clear about that. From what I recall, it was a while ago. Has that changed? I mean, it seems like in our county, this is not an issue. Is that correct?
Correct. It's not. So no, it is not an issue. At times, it can become a gray area with a particular administrator or a particular SRO. But our protocols are clear. But you're talking about people and people operating within schools. So with a given administrator or SRO, sometimes it can become cloudy.
Okay, so I would just suggest to the board, maybe we could clarify something with policy if that's something we wanted to pursue. But based on all of the responses that I've gotten, I would suggest that we do not support this. I think that there's no benefit to Anne Arundel County to do so. So I have one more bill that I want to discuss tonight. Is there an order to this that you would like to?
I would rather you ask all your
All my
questions about the
questions?
different bills. I have a couple more lights and then I'll move
Sure,
on.
okay, so that one, I'll look up there. The other bill that I had questions about was House Bill 47, the Expanded American History Content Standards Implementation. So generally, when we see content and courses, and I believe some of the other courses that were in here, we all, or all of those, were in opposition. But this particular bill, you said support with amendments. So can you explain that one?
So the board supported a bill that was virtually identical to this one last year with amendments. You know, the subject matter was a little bit different, and you know, my testimony is pretty comprehensive in that it's, you know, now it's 2022. It's probably high time that we are being a little bit more inclusive in American history, and something that we strive to do as a county. And the bill does put sort of the responsibility of developing these standards, which is in our legislative program with the State Board of Education, right? That the State Board of Education develops the content standards. And that's the reason for the support, because all these other bills don't put it with the State Board. They dictate what's supposed to be in our policies, our regulations, or in our curriculum. This board does exactly what we say in our legislative program, that these curriculum should not be dictated by the General Assembly. The State Board should make that determination, and MSDE. And so this bill does that. And so, but we obviously have concerns with timelines, because the State Board would need to, and MSDE would need to review, determine the content standards, make the recommendations, or the requirements, I should say, really develop those content standards for school systems, and school systems would have to implement them. And so acquiring materials of instruction, that sort of thing, you know, will take time, and obviously funding to be able to further update our materials of instruction. So it looks like these other bills, but it's very different in that it puts it all on the State Board of Education and MSD, and we have language specifically to that in our legislative program.
Okay, so I guess the follow-up question to that is, does this bill do anything that we couldn't already do ourselves? Or is it just the timeline issue that you're...
So yes and no. So we could, but having the resources of the State Board of Education and MSDE makes it a lot easier for us and other school systems to be able to implement such an inclusive and expanded American history. And so, like I said, we as a school system, I gave some examples, have been, you know, striving to do just that. But obviously, MSC and the State Board have many more resources and individuals that would be able to come up with the various content standards. It provides for uniformity around the state and those sorts of things. So I think it just provides a really great resource to have the State Board and MSDE2 and LEA to be able to do this.
I have no more questions for now, but once we get through the lights, I would like to come back to them.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ellis, do you have a new light?
Goodness, no, I don't.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry.
Okay then, Ms. Frank.
I move that the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County oppose House Bill 0023, which is the school discipline, data collection, and school resource officers.
Second.
Ms. Schulheim.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supportive of this because I'm supportive of our longstanding commitment to our school resource officers and their place in our schools. So I don't want to send the wrong message by opposing this bill because of that. Because that's what we have in our, I don't know if we have that specifically in our legislative program, but that's been the longstanding practice of the school system.
Ms. Corkadell?
Thanks. This is a hard one because I got to say, I think right now where this bill started in Judicial Committee, right? A while back.
Ways and Means.
Yeah. So and it's now going to be, is it Miss Atterbury? It's over in Ways and Means now, right?
Yeah, so this is a different, this is Delegate Washington, Alonzo Washington's bill. He's the vice.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a reportable offense bill. That's a whole other.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm getting.
We
I'm
don't like
getting a
that
little
bill, but
confused there with these.
yeah, Delegate Washington, he's the vice chair of the Ways and Means Committee and has been for a few years now. And so this is his bill, and previously, when they were two separate bills, they were both his bills.
Oh, gotcha.
And so, as I mentioned, the data bill we had previously opposed, but the SRO bill we've always supported.
Okay. And so I guess, for our Fresh Start program was in the pipeline well before some of these conversations have happened, and dates back quite a while. I know roughly took about a good year of a lot of hard work from our police, and as it relates to where we are in our program. I think that this bill is going to have a lot of amendments, and I think ultimately, it's not going to be voted on right away. I'd like to give us a better seat at the table, so to speak, because I think that with the right amendments, it can be more in line with what we're doing. And I think if we oppose this right off the bat, prior to seeing what some of the amendments that are in discussion right now, it's my understanding as it relates, and they're having a few more discussions on that for amending in ways that I think will benefit us. I think the benefit of us sort of staying the course for another cycle or two and see what else is being filed in this wheelhouse, because I think there may be one or two more, would be my preference for it as a flat out opposition. I personally oppose the state telling us to do this because we already have a model program, and what our police force have done to do that. Do we have some skips? Absolutely. We're talking about human beings here. And human beings are going to make mistakes, sometimes more than once. And it's how we respond to them. And thus far, I think we've responded very well to some of those mistakes. And what I see in our numbers here locally speaks droves to that. We've got some challenges, and we've had some upticks. And I see where Delegate Washington and some of the others are going with some of these pieces of legislation. I don't think it's in our interest because we're already doing it, of course. But I would like to give Ms. Ortiz a chance to kind of, still have seats at the table, so to speak. And when we do oppose, we kind of eliminate some of that voice. So I would be for this a couple meetings from now after the filing deadline is, I guess. And I want to support it because I do oppose this as state legislation for some of the reasons Ms. Ortiz brought up, as well as yourself. I would like, however, for us to see what else comes up before we decide on this particular bill.
Thank you.
And I guess that's.
Ms. Dent.
So I appreciate Ms. Corkadale's comments because I'm always torn with things that I don't have enough data on. And I can tell you from prior to me joining this board and being appointed to this board that I was on the Anne Arundel Legislative Symposium from the District 1 area. And one of the things that we was unable to do for quite some time was get the data that they're asking for from the SROs. And we spent a lot of time trying to get this information, so much so to where it became a point of contention. So I think that there's a lot of areas to where, while we may be doing good in some areas, there is some information that is not as easily attainable as others may think. So I don't think that this is something that I can comfortably oppose here this afternoon, and I just would not be comfortable opposing this at all tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any. Oh, Ms. Ellis.
Sorry, and I know questions were asked, but Dr. Arlotto, can you just help me what the value would be for this school system in supporting this bill?
No, I'm not sure that I can give you a definitive response as to how this bill will support the school system.
I just wanted to share some just background information. So as
Okay.
I mentioned previously, law enforcement, like the lobbyists, the chiefs of police, sheriffs, et cetera, have supported this legislation in previous sessions. And so I think from our perspective, it's our SROs, our law enforcement are looking for something that explicitly in law can allow them to refer to, as far as the SRO piece, to, in the instances, I'm not saying ours in particular, but this is a statewide bill, right? And so this is an issue in other school systems, unfortunately. And as Dr. Alato mentioned, we may have a situation here and there, but it really is clear, and it allows an SRO to clearly say no, or it gives an administrator clear boundaries in law, right? Sometimes people need to see things in law or in a policy, right? We get parents or individuals or folks asking, where's your policy on this? Or where's the law? What's the legal authority? And so that's the testimony that I've heard over the years as to the provision in this legislation related to the SROs and disciplining. And so that's the portion that we support as a school system. And so to Ms. Schallheim's point of supporting our SROs, that's why.
So if I understand this correctly, basically, Anne Arundel County has been committed to the value that we place in our SROs, that they've done tremendous good in this school system. And to our credit, it's because we do it right.
Yeah.
And so we have lots of concerns with this bill regarding what it's going to, I guess what it will impose on this school system. And those are the amendments that are being
Right, as
suggested.
it relates to the data collection.
data
Right.
collection.
Right, so if
Correction.
you
Yeah.
separate
Right.
those pieces, really
Right.
the data collection piece that we have the most
Right.
concerns about, and therefore the language in the proposed amendments, it's not so much the SRO bill. So in answering your
Right.
question, is there, what do we gain by supporting it? Nothing in terms of the data collection without the amendments.
Right.
That Ms. Ortiz has shared with you. And with regard to the SROs, I completely understand Ms. Ortiz's point, and I've heard that said around the state. As you know, I chair the governor's advisory on school safety. And so it's a question, and we're represented by a number of different SRO groups around the state on that committee. So it's a conversation that we have fairly frequently. So it is a concern in other jurisdictions. It's certainly a concern for us, but the way we are addressing it is through training.
Right.
So we bring our administrators and our SROs together under the leadership of Mrs. Jackson and Mr. Batten, and we do joint training with school leadership and with the SROs, and we present scenarios where they have to pick apart, is this a legal issue? Is this a disciplinary issue? And how could, and certainly the SROs support our school teams in keeping order in the buildings, but they don't have the authority in discipline, just like we don't have the authority in arrest powers, for example. So that's how we are addressing it. I don't necessarily see the need for this legislation to do that, but I understand it supports the greater good in supporting the SROs with having language that they can count on or back them up when things in certain jurisdictions may not be going the way they would like or should be.
Okay.
I should say better.
That was helpful. And so to be clear, supporting with amendments is not supporting. Like we
No,
don't
not at
support it
all.
in this form.
I mean, some people might
We-
look at this as opposed
Right.
to amendments, but And to Ms. Corkadell's point, support with amendments, people will still talk to you. Opposed, they're like, okay,
Yeah.
the
We
conversation's
know where you are.
done.
Right.
And on some bills, we want the conversation to be done. But like on something like this, it's important for the committee, to consider certain things, but also understand the areas that we do support. And so that would be why support with amendments, especially on a bill like this, that could very well pass, right? There's some legislation that, okay, I may not be so concerned about because I know it's dead on arrival. Like it's not going anywhere. This is not necessarily it with the new chair and Ways and Means and the sponsor being a vice chair. And so I would like to make sure that our voices are heard and that we put a thoughtful response together. And it's not just, because I was getting that Mabe John Williams reputation of opposing everything. And so, that is helpful, but sometimes it's not helpful. And so over the years, we've looked at ways I'm like, okay, can we support, is there a piece of the legislation that we like? And even if we don't like 3/4 of it, if we like this 1/4, it's helpful to support with amendments. And, that's all. Sometimes it's just very strategic and political and how the legislature operates, but that's the reality of what I'm faced with as to whether or not, Delegate Washington will want to sit down and chat with me as to concerns. And I know that Mabe and others have similar concerns. So, right, it's not just us saying this. And so, Ms. Corkadell mentioned that, talking about amendments, and I know that the delegate has discussed, he understands the concerns with this bill and a couple of his other bills and is willing to listen and try to come up with reasonable amendments.
Thank you. And I remembered to turn my light off.
Mr. Silkworth.
I just want to make one very brief comment, and that is, as I read this paragraph about this bill prohibits a school resource officer from unilaterally enforcing discipline. The few years' experience I have with resource officers, they do not get involved in the discipline process. And I can think of many cases where the resource officer would even say that's not my purview.
Mm-hmm.
That is what's happening. So the training that Dr. Alada referenced is clearly working. Now, if there's a violation of criminal law, that's their purview.
Right.
And if there's issues about safety, that's their purview. And also, more importantly, our resource officers are mentors for all of our kids. So.
Okay, I do not see any more lights. Ms. Frank, did you want to say something?
Yes, I absolutely support our SROs and our SRO program. I do not mean to in any way, shape, or form suggest that I don't. Our SROs are already doing this job, and they're doing it very well, which is one of the reasons I don't believe that we would need a state law. If this bill could not pass in the purest form, which is what you said it was previously, I'm very nervous with if everything else are the amendments that we don't support, and those are added on, if this couldn't be passed in its pure form, then there's not much that's going to likely pass that we would agree with. So that's my concern, and I understand that you have to kind of finesse and do, what you have to do. But I don't see it going well, in my personal opinion. I also would fully support if our officers felt the need for more clarity, creating more policy within our school system to help guide that, or doing what we would have to do in our capacity to assist them in any way, shape, or form. But I don't think that we need a sledgehammer of a law to be able to support our SROs. And this comes with more amendments that I'm comfortable supporting. So I guess I will cede the floor. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Omasori, you have some comments.
Very short, because a lot of what has been said is akin to beating a dead horse. I would say I agree. I have to be honest. I feel like I'm similar to Ms. Dunn. I'm kind of halvesies. I agree with a lot of what Ms. Frank has said, but there's other things I don't agree with, and that's kind of the reason why I'm muted, because of a comment Mr. Silkworth said about how SROs are role models for all of our students. And I think it's important to recognize that that reality differs depending on what school you're at. That is not necessarily, that might be the case at maybe Roberta Park, but that might not be the case at Meade. That might be the case at Broadneck, but that might not be the case at Glen Burnie. And so I think I will concede, and I say this simply because I've seen the work that has been done to create training for SROs, that we are getting better when it comes to how we train our school resource officers, how we allow them to manage their relationships with students so that all schools can see their SROs as role models. But I would not say that that is the entire case at this point. However, thinking about what Mr. Silkworth said about how typically SROs are not unilaterally involved, that's when it comes to discipline, that's the job of administration. That kind of sways my opinion on this legislation more on one side than the other. So just keeping it succinct there.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Frank, your button went on again.
Yeah, sorry. Just briefly, it just occurred to me that Ms. Amasori was not here when the police presented last time. I would love to see if we could have them back, and I believe we've mentioned yearly potentially.
Yeah,
so
that's
that we
coming
could-
up.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no more lights, I think we're ready. Ms. Howell?
Ms. Frank moved that the Board of Education oppose House Bill 23. Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Nay.
Ms. Omasori?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
1 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative, motion fails.
Okay, I think that concludes item 6.06. I'm sorry, did somebody?
Sorry.
Oh, Ms. Corkadell?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to, I'm not a fan of post-vote script comments, but I do want to notify the members that I think this piece of legislation and a couple others, I just want to sort of advance notice, and I believe I'm not alone with my colleagues, that as we get a little closer and the filing deadlines close and we start to home in on exactly where we're going, just to let folks know that we may have some additional changes, amendments, and I know we're going to have some additional legislation sitting on the list before we get to
Oh, yeah.
February.
Yes.
Because, it just keeps adding in. And always a dangerous question to ask a delegate what their priorities are in education, because it usually leads to more legislation.
And I'll be closely tracking, like all the other bills, but certainly
Yeah.
I'll stay on top of it. And sometimes, a bill that we support is amended in a way that we can't support anymore. You know what I mean? So it's very fluid during the session. And so I'm all over it. And if I miss something, my Green Street colleagues will get me straight on Friday afternoon when we meet every Friday during session. So lots of eyes, on these bills.
Yes, we have no doubt you will keep us apprised, Ms. Ortiz.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, item 6.07, the Severn Elementary School third-party project, digital marquee, Dr. Alada.
Thank you, Madam President. I recommend board approval of the Severn Elementary School third-party project, digital marquee.
So moved.
So who moves? You moved, and Ms. Dent seconded. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Lisa Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities, and Severn has done everything according to policy, and we are looking forward to your approval so they can move on with their project.
Wonderful. Are there any, I don't see any lights. I don't see any questions. It looks like a wonderful opportunity for the school. So, yes.
Probably, I almost hit my button just to say it.
Yeah. No, it
it's always great when our community collaborates well with our school and
Yes, it looks like a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. And I think if I see no other lights, we are ready to vote.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Dent,
Aye.
Ms. Omasore,
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Okay, item 6.08, 2021-2022 school year calendar. Ms. Schallheim.
Yes, hopefully we can just do this by consensus, because there's just a wee bit of a tech edit that we need to take care of on this calendar, moving the date that we're all closed, schools and offices, from May 3rd to May 2nd, 2022.
Second and concur.
Okay, Ms. Ellis? Yeah, on the next, okay. Okay, so we have a,
If it's consensus, then I don't know that we need to
can we
vote.
do this by, I think we can do this
Yeah.
by consensus. Okay, do we have consensus?
Yep.
Okay, we do. Wonderful.
Wonderful, thank you.
All right, now, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. So I have a statement to make and a motion for the calendar. First of all, I want to go back and quickly review Policy AF, educational equity. The board's position is the board is committed to ensuring that AACPS will have the procedures and practices in place to provide for educational equity and ensure that there are no obstacles to accessing educational opportunities and academic success for any student, any AACPS student. In accordance with this commitment and these objectives, the board commits that, and I'm going to highlight the second commitment, which is AACPS procedures and practices will provide for educational equity and ensure that there are no obstacles to accessing educational opportunities for any AACPS student. This is the board's policy. The board remains committed to our position on educational equity and the state and local policies that steer our efforts. No one is pitting equity against teacher or staff wellness, and it is unfortunate that the conversation has taken this turn. The board heard the pleas from staff. Workload during this year of transition and a continuing pandemic means we must focus on the immediate and find ways to ease the pressure so that teachers and staff can focus on students. For this reason, we convened a work group to study the issue and begin exploring solutions. Two things we heard from the work group were to offer additional afternoons for teachers to use at their discretion and to pause professional development for a short time to allow staff to get their head above water. Parents have understandably asked us not to continue to alter the calendar for students for this school year. We have the opportunity to listen to our school community and provide solutions. In fact, we have an obligation to do that. Yes, an email campaign was launched to remind us how important equity is in our school community, and we value that input. However, let's give ourselves credit. Our staff has had the benefit of multiple afternoons of professional development over the last few years. Hitting the pause button for one semester will not erase that work, but helping our teachers feel less stressed and distracted by their significant workload issues will help make this training more impactful. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the fact that there are members of the school system staff who do not feel they can speak freely on this agenda item out of concerns of being misunderstood and being viewed as not valuing equity. This board has received some emails that have indeed labeled, and I believe mischaracterized, anyone considering a pause to the equity PD in an insensitive way. No one has said that equity is not important. And let me be clear, this board and AACPS staff remain deeply committed to equity. With these considerations in mind, I move that the hours following student dismissal on the early dismissal days currently scheduled for professional development on February 9th and March 30th of this year be considered unscheduled hours for teachers to use at their own discretion, and that the professional development plan for those afternoons be accessible as asynchronous equity training to be completed by August 26th of 2022, and or offered as in-person training to take place during the week of opening activities for teachers, August 19th to 26th, as further determined by the superintendent.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Schalheim.
Yeah, I have some words about this. It's absolute madness and unconscionable that any of us are talking about reducing, delaying, or in any way minimizing equity PD. Anything of the sort undermines our mission of all means all, our strategic plan, and this work this board and the school system have invested in with our county, several task forces, and with our equity work with MABE. Equity is at the center of everything we do and something we talk about nonstop. Our caucus room is adorned with a huge wall graphic of the MABE equity lens, which the board applies when developing policy, and it's equally important to all board actions. Additionally, equity is central to all school system discussions and decision-making. I'm certain Dr. Arlotto will agree with that statement. The topics presented during Unity Day PDs must be engaged with and learned in real time, where discussions between colleagues can be had, not asynchronously in the background whilst doing other things. These topics are too important to be minimized in that way. We only have to look at what goes on in our schools in terms of bullying and bias events, or more broadly in our communities, to see how important it is that everyone feel welcomed, included, safe, supported, and given the opportunity to succeed. While asynchronous equity PD might seem like a solution to addressing teacher workload, it does not reduce teacher engagement time. It just shifts it and dreadfully diminishes the effectiveness of the PD. The teachers need true downtime, not time that they can half engage in. That's not rest. Furthermore, equity PD needs full attention and community engagement. The teachers and the staff in a building discussing together how the material applies to their shared experiences and to the students in their school. Equity is not an academic subject. It is a skill, a way of seeing and responding that needs to be learned and practiced. Meaningful equity PD means constantly evolving professional growth in insight and interaction based on constant changes within the school population and current challenges. Making equity PD asynchronous is like setting it out in the cold without food or water to die. Pitting equity PD against teacher and staff wellness is wrong. Let's look harder at teacher duties, virtual instruction, recruiting more substitutes, etc. Items that might actually impact teacher workload and thereby improve teacher wellness. I am absolutely and with every ounce of my being against any resolution or motion that would in any way reduce, decrease, or minimize our staff's work and commitment to equity. I will always stand by our mission, strategic plan, and our wonderful staff who work tirelessly to ensure that equity is at the center of all we do for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Arlotto.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members of the board. I want to try and be additive and not repetitive. So I appreciate Mrs. Schalheim's comments. I do have concerns with this motion. The first is that the motion specifies operational parts of the school system, which is the delivery of professional development, and that's under the purview of the superintendent. So while you certainly have within your purview to make decisions about the calendar and days in the calendar, how we will deliver that professional development, if not on those days, will be in a different manner. For us, it doesn't make any sense to withhold the professional development until August for pre-service days, because this is professional development that we're focusing on now for this year, and next year we'll have additional professional development that will continue to that will renew and continue to focus on those areas of culturally responsive teaching in the brain. Likewise, to go asynchronously, as Mrs. Schalheim points out, really defeats the purpose. The content is important, but it is so much more about the conversation that is had, the push and pull that occurs. I have the great opportunity, as do my entire executive staff and senior staff, where we pick a school each year and we participate. We are part of that school's team. And I get to see the growth that goes on because they challenge each other as a school community, that staff. And that can't happen when you are just reviewing the content in an asynchronous format in my own independence. While it does give me that, while it does allow me the freedom to do that, it really defeats the purpose. It is the content, but it is also the conversation and the follow-up that occurs that is really important. And then lastly, this is, and I have spoken to this on several occasions publicly at our meetings, I cannot recommend nor support any reduction in our professional development as a whole, and certainly as it relates to our equity and our unity work. It is just far too important that we've established this work here in Anne Arundel County Public Schools. It is about everything that we are doing in every aspect of our work, and this work needs to continue. I would have a real concern about any kind of pause at this time, because we know when you pause something, it's hard to pick back up. And I want us to keep the momentum because it is doing us some good as a school system and a community. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. I wanted to say a couple of things myself. First of all, I've, in the course of my professional work, do some similar work as Equity PD, as is comprehended in Equity PD. And I have to say, from that perspective, I share the concern about asynchronous. It's not the same thing. In philosophical terms, this requires a kind of an implication of the self, and that's a living thing. And so I have concerns about that, that we'll sort of get the worst of possible worlds. We'll have something that checks a box but doesn't accomplish what it needs to accomplish. My other practical concern, to be honest, is I just don't see how this is going to fix, as has been noted in some of the testimony and other things, the actual problem, which is teachers need relief. They've made that very, very clear to us, and anyone can see it who observes what life is like right now. I worry that this is a kind of Band-Aid, and I would be very concerned if we passed something like this and then said to ourselves, oh, we really provided relief to the teachers, because I just don't think that's what this amounts to at the end of the day. Not that anybody doesn't want an extra couple of hours here and there, but that's not really the issue. And so I guess I'd like to ask you, Dr. Arlotto, there was some testimony tonight which raised a couple of other possibilities, and maybe those or maybe some others. I think there was one suggestion in some of the testimony about, during what could be a faculty meeting, some of this could occur, a kind of doubling up of time that teachers are committed to. And I just wondered if you, Dr. Arlotto, or any other staff had thoughts about any of those things that were raised, or any other possibilities with regard to where we might find something that really gets at the source of the problem for teachers.
Well, so thank you for the question. So I will remind this board that I presented 3 half-days
Mhm.
for teacher wellness that the board did not support.
Mhm.
You supported one of those 3 days in the end. So I brought forward I was asked to bring forward some ideas about finding some time for staff, and I did that and offered 3 days that were unrelated to the equity professional development, that would not limit or eliminate professional development, and that was not supported by the board.
Right.
So I'll remind you of that. Certainly, if the board does, if the board chooses to not continue to support our equity PD days, then we will use other time in the day, as maybe was suggested by some of the public comment, that are available to administrators in their time with staff. To deliver and engage in that professional development.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Silkworth and then Ms. Corkadale.
Thank you, President Tobin. Boy, this is one of those tough decisions. I guess that's why they pay us the big bucks. So in recent days, we've received multiple emails concerning equity PD and staff needs for help with their ever-increasing workload. Let me be clear. It has never been the intention of this board member to put these 2 issues in competition with one another. Both of these issues are of utmost and critical importance. Teachers need both wellness days and equity professional development. I've always tried to be a good listener, and as a good listener, I've heard from both sides. So my instincts tell me to think back to the days when I was the teacher in the classroom, in the school, when I was involved in PD situations while being stressed because of an upcoming observation or the need to plan for 4 different subjects in one day. My focus on PD was clearly not what it should have been because of the stress that I was experiencing. And I would suggest to you that there are many teachers out there experiencing that same stress today. That does not mean that the PD was not of value. It simply means that for me, my priorities were with my kids, which is where my priorities should be. So we've been asked to come up with a creative solution so that teacher wellness and equity training are not in direct competition. That's a very, very difficult thing for any of us to do at this time. I do understand that the equity training has been done face-to-face. It's been done virtually and asynchronously. If someone is absent, it's my understanding that they have to do it asynchronously. There's a workbook, I believe it is, that they have to complete, which actually takes them more time, I believe, than if they did the PD. I might suggest that had I had the opportunity to complete many PD sessions in an asynchronous manner during my teaching career, there would have been many times that I would have chosen to do so. I do hear the comments about the face-to-face being more productive. I understand that. There were times when actually during my career, I was able to do so. And I did find that being able to do it asynchronously was more beneficial to me and ultimately to my students because I was able to plan what I needed to plan. I might add that every teacher has his or her own stress or causes of stress. One size does not fit all. Therefore, one solution will not solve all of the problems. The stress levels of our teachers is much greater today than before COVID. These are unique times, and we're traveling down roads we have never traveled before. So I continue to think about what, if I were still teaching, what would I want my board member to say? We should respect our teachers, and I know we all do, and staff enough to allow them to make some decisions for themselves. They're the professionals who will know best how to solve the stress issues and workload issues of a teacher other than the teacher himself or herself. This leads me to believe that the best option is to allow the teacher to decide what is in the best interest of students. So if a teacher would like to have time during these assigned PD times to make other professional choices, which will help eliminate their stress while increasing student achievement, that's a tough decision when it comes to the issue of equity. But I think that decision should be left up to the teacher. There's no doubt that that teacher can complete the asynchronous PD at an appropriate time, and that the teacher will have the option of controlling their workday and ensuring, which is the most important thing, ensuring quality instruction for students, because that's what it's all about. I don't think that this is a perfect motion. It does not, however, eliminate equity PD or the wellness of the staff. I think it may provide a pathway for teachers to make decisions. And I trust that all of our teachers and staff, I trust all of them to make the best decisions for themselves and their students. They do so every day in the classroom. Why would they not do so for this? So thank you for the time, President Tobin.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. Ms. Corkadell?
Thank you, President Tobin. I do have a couple questions before commentary and debate on it. Dr. Alato, you in our, hold on one second, let me get to it. I thought I had it up and I put it back again. This is our local ESSA plan, Consolidated Strategic Plan. In your reports, and I think our most recent is 2020 because you do them in October, you compile the data, right? And then, so 2021 will be issued in October, right? So this is 2020 is the most current ESSA plan?
I'm at a loss, Mrs. Corkadell. What are you,
The local,
which report are you referring
the
to?
local ESSA Consolidated Strategic Plan that we provide back to the state every single year. Part of that includes our plan for equity and accelerated achievement, correct?
Oh, okay, I don't have the plan in front of me, but I will take your word for it. Yes.
Okay. Well, this is one of the few transitions one of the transmissions we don't actually sign off as a board. And it is, of course, on our website, and I do have a copy of it. But in there, when you are, I guess, highlighting what we do as a school system, one of the things that stood out to me is that you go over basically that we have a plan for equity professional development, and these are required developments. Could you better clarify the required? Is that required because it's in our negotiated agreement, required as a regulation that is an interpretation of our policy, or a SOP that we are operating under it, or is it in HR anywhere? Could you share the requirement piece of our training for our staff?
As it relates to equity?
Yes, and I say that because I saw it.
So it's required by the school system. Okay. Right? There's no state law, there's no local law. It is required by the school system, and that's what that terminology references.
Okay, so that would be based on, so then that is coming out of our regulations then?
Nope.
Nope.
It's not in regulatory language that we get to decide the professional development that we deem is appropriate for our employees, and then we can require employees to go through training, and it could be content training because I'm a math teacher. It could be equity training that is systemic across the school system. It could be training on LGBTQ plus support for students. It could be bloodborne pathogen training, to use those as examples. Those are all required trainings that we as a school system deem are appropriate for our employees.
Okay, and so the requirements of the teacher in general by the state to maintain and do professional development, these are all co-qualifying right?
No, they're not necessarily related to a teacher earning or maintaining their certification. That's separate and apart, where they earn those credits towards their recertification or certification with the Maryland State Department of Education. This is separate and apart from that.
This is separate and apart from it. And the
Now, I will say that we do offer some professional development in some areas that we seek approval from MSDE that can earn them those recertification credits, but it has to be approved by the Maryland State Department of Education in advance. We do have some of our professional development that we offer in that allows for that.
Okay. Thank you. I have another question for you, Dr. Arlotto. So you had presented, and I do apologize to my colleagues again, I did have a family health emergency. At the time we were debating, I didn't miss the whole meeting, but I did miss Dr. Arlotto's proposal of the half days and did not get a chance to weigh in and vote here. So I'm not reiterating. But I do want to know, we did come up, you and your staff did work and spent about 6 or 8 weeks when recognizing that these impacts are going to be long-standing for our staff, and then came up with these recommendations that did not interfere with PD or too much, but did require altercation to the calendar, obviously, as it related to their being in the building, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess my question is, or what I'm scratching my head about all of this, is why now, 2 months later, that opportunity is still not an option for us to come up with, in other words, legitimate mental health opportunities, whether it's, and quite honestly, what Mr. Silkworth was talking about just struck a very big chord, and I heard it echoed, maybe not in so many different ways. It didn't occur to me they were basically saying the same thing, that can we just come up with some early dismissal days, or in lieu of that, some maybe have the sit down with that work group again and talk about opportunities to provide flex time that is in the best interest. If, in other words, if we really want the teacher to have those several hours, those 5 hours to refresh and regenerate, and we know that just about every employee and student and on the planet, not just here in the school system, are out of days because of quarantining, et cetera, to give them that option. Is there opportunities for us to explore those and consider them as it relates to operations? Because I'm seeing that we did find some days come and gone. We also have from time to time considered flexibility as it relates to leave and such. And when Mr. Silkworth had mentioned that we need to trust that our teachers know what's in their best mental and interest of their students, I agree with that statement. And I agree with what Ms. Ellis is trying to do. I just, I honestly, for the life of me, don't understand why it has to be only on these days, and that's the only opportunity to do both of these things. Can you further give some insight or maybe some thoughts on what I just said?
I don't know that I have any insight, but I'm glad to give you my thoughts. Nothing precludes this board from altering the calendar. So I offered days, they weren't approved by the board. Okay. I identified days that I thought were strategically appropriate, but it would have taken a vote of the board to change the calendar because they were full school days and they would have become half days. So it would have taken a vote of the board, but I picked 3 dates strategically that I thought would lend themselves, one, to not losing too much instructional time because of when they were picked. And it would have led to possibly slightly longer weekends for families. And so I think you would have had less pushback from families. And certainly I think the staff would have appreciated it. So it does not preclude this board from looking at the calendar and picking additional days that you might want to consider for half days, which is what I offered.
And so you're willing to do that if we want to take a look at that? Do you and your staff have time to come up with new proposed dates for mental health, or even other solutions, as I had suggested, individualizing it, as Mr. Silkworth had pointed out, to, allow teachers,
So if that's the,
and that would even further reduce, because that doesn't impact calendar, and they would work with their principals and their department heads, I guess.
So if it's the will of the board to pick additional days that you want to become half days, I'm glad to work with the board to do that.
Okay, President Tobin, depending on if the bill were to pass, then obviously there's not a need for that. If it does not, I think I don't want to abandon, but I also do not want to interfere with a syllabus, which is how I've always viewed our professional development, because it is built upon. In fact, even the board governance modules at the state level for our training are built upon. And one of the most significant impacts for me have been the teachers talking about the mindfulness that it creates when it is periodically on the calendar, as opposed to a cram session, so
Yeah.
to speak.
Let me just say procedurally, what I think is in our best interest is to we have a motion and a second on the table. We need to discuss it. We need to vote on it. If it does not pass, I would suggest we whatever the appropriate term is, table this and maybe request that we get at a later date, additional suggestions from the staff, because I don't think any of us want to ask them to come up with that on the fly tonight or vote on it on the fly. And that
Correct.
seems to me the most appropriate way to proceed with this. So
I agree with you, and so I guess I would just ask, once a motion gets seconded, it becomes the motion becomes of the board. But I personally always feel of courtesy to the motion maker, especially one who put in so much time and effort, reaching out to so many stakeholders and trying to find that way, because we do care so much, and I know Ms. Ellis does. If there is, based on what Dr. Arlotto has just shared with us, a willingness to go back to not go back to the drawing board, but to reconsider, I don't know if there's an interest just to simply hold this vote over to see what else materializes, or if there is an interest in an immediate action, and then from there, because as I said, I don't see one as being replacement, although Mr. Silkworth, you made some very, very good points as it relates. And I think if these were optional training, I would be more inclined to be in alignment with where you are. But these are already required of our teachers. So I kind of feel like we already imposed it, so to speak. So,
well, I have quite a few other lights on right now, so I feel I need to give everybody a chance to.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
I did not hear it.
Yeah.
That's all this is.
Okay, Ms. Frank.
Yes, thank you. I will be introducing an amendment to this motion. I would like to say, before I introduce that motion, that I would not support a further adjustment of our calendar that will, again, require our parents to adjust their schedules and take off work. So to this motion, if this is the way that we are able to accommodate a mental health support for our teachers, I will support it. If this motion fails, I would not bring this back to the board to continue over and over again trying to figure this out. If it passes, it passes. If it doesn't, I wouldn't support to continue this. So I will move that the hours following student dismissal on the to amend the motion to early dismissal on the early dismissal day is currently scheduled for professional development on February 9th and March 30th of this year be considered unscheduled hours for teachers to use at their own discretion, which strikes the language on virtual PD.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second for discussion.
So I would just like to point out that Dr. Arlotto mentioned that that is under his purview, and so to make this motion a little more in line with what we would need to do to pass it, I'm offering this. But obviously, if Dr. Arlotto chooses to have an asynchronous option, the board would likely support any efforts to do so.
Okay, thank you. So we have an amendment on the table, so we need to, any comments need to address the amendment. Ms. Dent, your light is on. Did you want to address the amendment? Okay, Ms. Schalheim?
So far this year, we've had hundreds of bullying and bias motivated events in our schools, hundreds. This further diminishes our stance on equity, our commitment to it, and I'm a no. Thanks.
Ms. Dent?
So I guess I'm still stuck with every time we say the word professional development, we say the word equity. Professional development goes to the growth of our workforce. It is not just how we keep pigeonholing. And I have a serious concern, as I said before, when we make decisions that impact the day-to-day operations of our school system. There's a lot of work goes into this calendar. I probably can tell you I'm exhausted with this calendar because I can't imagine being in Dr. Arlotto's and his team shoes in the morning, depending on what this motion passed, because yet again, we're going to make changes. We just January 20th, literally is tomorrow. Less than 14 days ago, we talked about this calendar, and yet we can't even make a decision 30 days out. So here we are yet again spending another long talk about a calendar that we just don't put enough energy into the calendar. So I, again, humbly ask everyone to table this decision until we can actually look at the calendar. And if we want to sit down and put a group together, whatever we need to do. But we are going toward the same thing that we continue to do is if we move the professional development off the calendar for February the 9th and the 30th, then where do we put it? And what's the knee-jerk reaction to everything that we put in it? So that's one. The second thing is that professional development, if you want a high-performing workforce, you're going to have professional development. And I'm, for one, that I humbly agree with you, Dr. Arlotto. I come from a professional environment, and no one's ad hoc in my professional development. You're responsible for that of every last one of your workforces. So I don't think we should take that away from your authority to do so. So I do not support any changes to this. And I can't even continue to ask the board to think about the motions that you make and the impact of the motions that we make. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dent. Ms. Ellis, is that your light or is that a new one? Or
Yeah, no, it is because there is an amendment
Yeah.
proposed to the motion I offered. So I'm kind of indifferent about the amendment. The language that I offered was specifically to ensure that we were maintaining professional development. My motion does not eliminate professional development. I know I was challenged on the, I guess, language that maybe made some operational decisions, but the language I offered, sorry, I forgot to keep it in front of me, was that the professional development plan for those afternoons be accessible as asynchronous training to be completed by a certain date and or offered as in-person training to take place the week of opening activities. In other words, the point of the motion was to say we're not eliminating professional development and there's options, but the value I see in the amendment is it doesn't, all options could be explored to be able to carry out the professional development while still allowing staff to pause and yeah, so I guess, I mean, I could support the amendment. Maybe it helps.
Okay, Ms. Frank, did you want to say anything before we vote? I
Yeah,
don't see it.
just briefly, a couple of the comments that I heard were not really speaking to the amendment. So I just wanted to be clear that the amendment just allows Dr. Arlotto to do whatever operationally he decides is best, and it gives him more flexibility to do that. So this is nothing to do with the main motion. This is just to open up the amendment, to open up the main motion to make it a little bit more accessible for him.
Okay, thank you. I think we can now vote on the amendment. Ms.
Ms.
Howell?
Frank moved to amend the motion to be that the hours following student dismissal on the early dismissal days currently scheduled for professional development on February 9th and March 30th of this year be considered unscheduled hours for teachers to use at their own discretion. Mr. Silkworth?
This is another tough one. Because it seems to me that this is not eliminating the equity PD. It's not eliminating the equity PD.
Sure. That could be under the purview of the superintendent. The other motion required it in a specific way, which would interfere with Dr. Arlotto's operational authority.
Point of
Dr.
information, are
Arlotto's-
we making a vote?
Yeah, we need to vote.
We called vote, or are we still debating? I
Yeah.
don't mind, I don't mind delaying that while people still debate, but I just wanted clarification.
Yeah. We're voting.
We're voting. I'm going to vote nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Dent?
Nay.
Ms. Omasori?
Nay.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Motion fails 2-6.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion. Mr. Silkworth.
So I'm sitting here thinking, why did I run for the Board of Ed?
Don't ask yourself that question.
And so my answer is, hey, Silkworth, you're running for the kids. Because I taught for 49 years for the kids. So the past couple weeks have been very interesting. Ms. Corcadell is right. Ms. Ellis has worked very hard. I think we've all worked very hard. We've gotten lots of emails about this issue. And so I did run for the kids. And, you know, I want to get it right. I honestly don't see the urgency tonight. And I'm thinking that generally I'm supporting the motion from Ms. Ellis because I have had a tremendous amount of contact with teachers. And 90% of the teachers that I've talked to or I've heard are saying that they need this wellness time, but they're also saying that they need the equity PD. So having said that, maybe I should offer a friendly motion, and that motion would be that we table this motion until our next meeting, that we reconvene the work group and work with
all the members of that work group, and there were a lot of members in that work group from all of our unions. There were members that we as board members chose. There were members that the unions chose. And we need to work with Dr. Alata and his staff so that we can get this right.
Second.
Okay, so can we just, I need a little parliamentary help here. Can we dispose of this and move forward, or how?
There's a motion to table.
Yeah, it's a motion to table
Takes precedent
over whatever else is on.
Because of its
Okay.
category of.
So,
Right, but we discuss it.
Right.
Otherwise-
yeah, we have a motion to table in a second, so now we can discuss tabling it. I see your light, Ms. Shulman.
Thank you. With all due respect, we had a idea brought forth by Dr. Alato for the November 17th meeting that had those 3 days. One of them was December 3rd, which was just a short time later. We decided not to act as a board and honor that night because it was too soon for the main reason, the main rationale was that it was too quick for our parents who couldn't possibly, plan for that. So now we're looking to potentially table this, but February 9th is not all that far from here. So we're gonna put parents in that same predicament with this. I'm a no on this motion to table, and I guess you can read the. I'm a no on the main motion too. So yeah.
Okay, so I see Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. That was some of it where I was considering going with this because, as I've said in my beginning, I don't want to reiterate, but for the point of why to table, our conditions in November were definitely different than they are now. We're experiencing some new issues. We have, speaking of changes, we've got CDC and the state and the local government changing how we're operating on a near daily basis out of health concerns. And so I completely expect this year to continue to have a necessity of flexibility, agility, and some grace. And I don't think that disposing of the needs of our teachers by way of one vote is going to solve our problem. And that's what we've been up here trying to work so hard to do. Equity is too important to ignore, and we made a commitment, quite frankly, as a board, when we decided to support Dr. Alato in including requiring this of our staff. And now is not the time to abandon that, but neither is it the time to just dismiss this off either and abandon any hope of having some wellness relief for our teachers. And so I like what Mr. Silkworth is doing, because what we're doing is actually going back to representative stakeholders and asking for their input. And perhaps something we should have done more due diligence of. And I think that out of there, we will have enough clarity to ascertain what some of those solutions are. And I think if we pose what we are challenged with now with that work group, maybe even include if Ms. Howard is able to maybe even convene the equity committee. We don't need to vote for that, but we do need the board to be okay with that. If this passes, I would include some of our other partner stakeholders, because I think outside of the box is necessary. I mean, speaking of boxes, Dr. McMahon created a whole hybrid learning box on a dime in the middle of the night, working nonstop with Ms. Jackson and others, so that we could meet the strict health restrictions from last year. And I see some talent here and some willingness, and some time has passed since the first iteration. I think there's an opportunity, And we have enough intelligence in this room and beyond to come up with some good creative ways to give our folks some mental health relief. I just don't want it to go on the side. And I get the parents and adjusting, and I know we're in a child care staff shortage crisis. But likewise, when we get through April and that teacher's, not in the focus mind that they need to be, that's not going to benefit the child either, or the family. So I really think we can have our cake and eat it too, if we just take that step back. So I would just encourage everyone to consider that, and I'm not willing to walk away yet from the solution. Maybe next week we have this discussion, and I don't think it's a waste of our time, and we decide ultimately, no, that's okay, but let's give our stakeholders some time. Let's get them input, because we did not present this to that work group. And I don't like continuously tossing around decisions on behalf of our professionals who are fully capable of sharing how they could see that work under our barrage of barriers, and not allow our colleagues' hard work go in vain. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Yes, I certainly have some final statements on my motion. Should
Okay,
should
I've got
the
a
table
couple
not
of other
pass?
lights.
I'm-
Okay, all right.
No, I'm just clarifying. I'm not
Yeah.
speaking to my motion right
Right.
now. I'm only speaking to the
table.
the tabling, and I can't support it, though I appreciate the intention or the reasons for it. But our next board meeting is February 2nd, and our first early dismissal that would be impacted by this is February 9th. So for that reason, I can't support tabling it.
You don't have comments to the Dr. Arlotto? You turned your light off?
I'm glad to make comments. I don't want to be repetitive, but
Your light's not on.
I don't want to be repetitive. But Mrs. Ellis made the point that I was going to make, that if you're tabling, I was seeking clarification. Tabling for how long?
Right.
Because the clock is ticking, right? You have another meeting on the 2nd, and the first professional development that would be impacted by this motion, the original motion, should it pass, is February 9th. And there are currently people that are being prepared to deliver that professional development. That is going on now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Schulheim?
I call the question.
Okay.
Calling the question requires
a vote.
Yes, on the
On the
table.
calling of the question.
Yeah.
And basically to end debate, yeah. Unless we have consensus. I personally am on consensus.
Yeah. Do we have consensus, or should we vote? Is that consensus nod? Okay, so we have end debate on the table question. All right, so let's vote on the tabling.
This is a motion to table and reconvene the work group and ask Dr. Arlotto and his staff to help assist so we can get this right. Mr. Silkworth. His word.
So if we vote on this, that'll be all done?
I'm just using.
I'm going to end every motion that way from now on.
You're wonderful. Aye.
Ms. Frank.
No.
Ms. Ellis.
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell.
Aye.
Ms. Schulheim.
Nay.
Ms. Dent.
Aye.
Ms. Omasore.
Aye.
Dr. Tobin.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-3.
Yeah, we just tabled it.
Yep.
So we bring it back.
Okay. So I believe I believe we have taken care of item 6.08. All right. Item 7.01, construction status report.
Members of the board, you have the report before you, and we're glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Ms. Ellis?
Nope, sorry.
Good evening.
Not that I wouldn't love to have conversations with you. That's
Do we have any questions on the construction status report? Yes, Ms. Corkadell.
Just really briefly, first off, thank you guys. I know it's a heavy lift and development is, from what I understand, at all levels, it gets a little weird and awkward around COVID and with supplies and everything else. But to that effect, are we seeing any significant impacts as it relates to the supply chain or to availability of our contract workers or contracted workers, I should say?
As far as the availability of workers, no. Material supplies, price increases, yes, we have seen that. And it is affecting schedules on jobs. None of the major projects are being impacted. It's more of the smaller ones.
Gotcha. Do we anticipate needing to rebid because of the, or do we already have accelerations in place? Like, how do we handle the funding if all of a sudden, if lumber doubled, we're in trouble? Not that we're building stick and brick, but
We're in a
we're more in the
dynamic-
still
yeah.
zone. But I just wanted to kind of put it in that more plain.
We're kind of in a dynamic situation where you risk market increases for every delay that you have or rebid that you do. So you kind of have to weigh each project on its merits, on what the bids are, how many bids you received, whether it's justifiable, and they're close.
Okay, and then does the state funding portion, do they have accommodations for escalations? I can't remember if it was just some projects or if they still do that.
Right now, we are locked in with $1 per square foot cost that they allocate towards each of the large capital projects, but there is opportunities to request a waiver.
Okay, so there is an out, because I think we're going to be bouncing around for a few more months, couple years maybe even.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
I just had one question about the North County High School construction that's under. It shows a completion date of August 23. That's about a year and a half away, but it also shows the current status is 83% complete. Is there any chance that it might be finished early?
Yeah, there is a chance that it could be finished this summer, towards the end of the fall. We're working with the contractor. The 2023 date shown in the report is the contract date.
Thank you. That's good news. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other lights. Thank you very much. Item 7.02, monthly financial status report and FY22 revenue and expenditure projections.
Members of the board, the report is before you, and we're glad to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Shawhan?
Yes, thank you as always for this. Appreciate it. I just had a question about the people transportation category. And you don't have to, if you don't have this information in front of you, that's fine. You can get it to us at a later time. I understand that there's penalties for not running runs, and we're also not paying for those runs. Do you have a sense of what that total figure is so far for this fiscal year, or is that just too mini Harris to slice?
Alex Check, no Chief Operating Officer. I do have those figures. I don't have them with me tonight. But before you go dancing off trying to spend that money twice, remember that, a barrel of oil topped $87 on the market this morning, whereas last year at this time we were sitting at about 41 or so. So we are 107% increase in the price of fuel right now in less than 12 months. So
Yeah.
to the extent that we're saving some monies on, the minimus liquidated damages that we're charging these contractors, it's getting gobbled up by the fuel costs.
But it's not just the damages, it's the non-payment for runs
I
too. So
understand.
I want to run runs
Yeah.
firstly, so we're
Yeah,
clear.
we'll
but-
get you the number. That's easy. I'm just saying
just
that,
wonder if that-
don't expect it to be as fungible resources as you might be thinking.
Well, does it compensate for the higher price of fuel?
It all comes out of the same fund. So if we don't spend $1 on a run not ran, then that dollar goes towards paying the excess fuel charges that we're experiencing.
So do you think
It's in the same category.
No, I know.
It's contract services in the same category.
So do you think it's a wash in the end?
Oh, no.
No. Okay.
No, we're upside down on the deal right now.
We are.
Until
All right. Thank you.
suspecting the State of the Union will have some kind of comments about fixing the price of oil and gas. So I'm
Yeah.
eagerly awaiting the March 1 date.
I'm waiting for a magic wand myself. Yeah. All right. Cheers.
Thank you. I see no other lights. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a good
Before we
evening.
close, real quick,
Yes.
Dr. Arlotto, I've had a couple of texts from a couple of certain students I know who were asking the board to close schools tomorrow. I'm afraid we can't do that, but just letting you know.
I think, Ms. Ellis, you can offer a motion and have a vote of the board. That will save me and Mr. Sheknovich and our team from getting up very
lot of
early.
trouble,
So
right.
if you'd like to make a motion, and vote, I'll be glad to put that out on. It will save me a very early morning.
I was going to say. Thank you all, everyone. Good night.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. I think we've got consensus. Good night, everyone. Thank you.